Okay. One sec. Give me my 1 sec to make sure we're going, and then I'll be glad to start. I really will. 1 sec. 1 sec. Testing. Okay. It sounds like we're going. I don't know. Is there a little bit of a hum, or am I just imagining things? But welcome to Huge Movie Fanatics Radio for May 5th, 2022. Let's see here. Gotta do things here. Amazingly, it's like 61 degrees where I am, somewhere in Minnesota. Might even hit 70 tomorrow, might hit 86 next week. So I can live with that. After what seemed like a double winter, like twice the winter, we're finally getting some decent weather. Wouldn't be a Huge Movie Fanatics Radio episode without talking about the weather. You know what I didn't do is I didn't open up the chat box. Let me do that. I'm seeing possibly 2 listeners already. We'll check chat and see if anyone's here. Oh, goody. Jose. Jose is here. Hello. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. So it should also be noted as the show is beginning here. Basically, after last week's show, I decided to alternate every other week between, movie only talk on Skype and talk about whatever the hell you want on Skype. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone, this of course being the first movie only talk on Skype. If I had to guess, I'm going to say just, there's a very good chance that no one's going to talk on Skype at all today. And I mean, people are more than welcome to, but I can just see like today just coming and going with no Skype calls. So if that's the case, I'll do like 2 to 3 hours of chat reading if no one connects on Skype to talk movies. And then of course next week will be anyone can talk about whatever the hell they want on Skype. But this is just going to be a little a test. It's the best way I can think to make things fair at the moment, so that's what we're going to try to do. I'm not seeing anyone else in chat, so this will be interesting. Let's see if I can talk about stuff. This is always the difficult part, talk about stuff as you wait for people to hopefully show up and start a conversation in the old chatteroonies. So what the hell's new? Not a whole lot is new. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to just talk. I kind of think that based on the, recommendation and watching of session 9 that we turned out we had to pay $4 for it. It wasn't free if you had Prime. So I'm kind of thinking that based on that experience, I'll probably no longer be paying to see recommendations. Like if a recommendation is free, I'll be more inclined to see it than having to pay for it. I don't think I'm going to pay for any more movies or to see any more movies that people recommend. Just because, yeah, if you feel like you wasted your money if you watch something and don't like it. So I guess that's something I can mention, which I just did. So yeah, that's the plan. Assuming we get anyone in chat to talk about stuff, as I say, I'll probably at least be on for 2 to 3 hours longer if we connect with someone on Skype, of course. And as always, I mean, I don't say it very often. I guess I could say it more. but then I feel like I'm harassing people. But anyone is welcome to connect on Skype. I think up till now, or to date, we've had I think four different people connect on Skype, which is fun. We're always ready to connect with more on Skype, as I'm just trying to talk and talk and talk until someone shows up, if they're going to do so. Yep, no other comments. So, nice to have some. I guess I could talk about the warm weather and my feelings about it. I feel great about it. Did a little bit of biking yesterday, so I'll probably do a little bit of biking, or tomorrow, I would imagine. And definitely, spring in Minnesota is definitely a beautiful thing. Definitely is. I really do appreciate it when people, like show up and start talking and chat, like early in the show, because then I don't have to do this mindless rambling stuff. But as always, life comes first. Life comes first. Oh, shit. So, first show of May of 2022, and the world is just a wonderful place to be, isn't it? Definitely is. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Yeah. You see pregnant women. I used to get really sick when I'd see pregnant women before 2020. And, it's just like, oh my God. Seeing them now is just like, what kind of, anyway. What kind of world they're gonna, oh great, yeah. Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt. Yeah, I started the show by saying, yeah, it doesn't matter. Looks like we got Matthew here. Hello. He says wonderful. I don't know what's wonderful, but other than just life. Life is wonderful. It's a wonderful life. And Matt's actually surprised women can still get a bump on their stomach. Yeah. Do it while you can, I guess. Get a bump while you can. Bump. That's very true. Matt says, last call for women bumps. That's for sure. Oh my God. You got that right. This is a real amazing show so far, but yeah, it's a little awkward when I just trying to talk to myself and think of things to say, so in case anyone isn't paying any attention to what's going on in current events, it's kind of interesting that they might be repealing something to do with women and baby bumps. At the same time, something else is happening, which to do possibly with women and baby bumps. So it's kind of like, well, we don't need this anymore because now this is going on. So kind of symbolic if you're paying attention, I think. Like, yeah. Oh well. Let's see how many people are listening. We've got one person listening. So yeah, I'll stick around for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours if no one shows up on Skype, depending on how chat turns out to be. Obviously, if chat's boring an hour in, maybe I'll just cut it at the hour mark. But, shows often start slow and build, so we'll just roll with it. Matt says, yeah, just more distraction and division going on out there in the wild. Got that right. That's all it is. That's all everything is. Oh, we've got Jason Sum. He says most of this is smoke and mirrors. In 2022, you can no longer be something or other. What's the point of even doing these shows if you can't say anything? Welcome Matthew Haggerty and Jason Sum to the show. On this May 5th. Matt says, hey, this is Movie Talk Week. No, it's Movie Talk on Skype Week, but you're close. We can talk about whatever the hell we want in chat, but only talk about movies on the phone. The rules on this channel are getting, kind of so stupid. It kind of resembles a mini government, but it's just something I'm going to test out. And like I say, if I had to take a guess or not, I already told Matt this in a private message, but if I had to take a guess, I'm going to say that no one is going to show up to talk movies on Skype today. It's just a prediction. I just see that happening where it's like, okay, I'm going to divide the show into two categories, alternate every other week, and the first week of doing the movie only talk, no one's going to show up to talk movies. That's just my prediction. I hope I'm wrong, but that's my prediction. Matt says people are used to stupid rules. Yeah, maybe the more rules I impose on this channel, the more like home it will become, and more people will come and participate, because it's a familiar, comfortable feeling of rules. So first rule is this week on Skype, movie talk only in chat. You can talk about whatever as long as you're I don't know, naked in front of the computer. I don't know any more rules to put forth. Yeah. Jason says, any plan to do a deep dive on The Hospital from Session 9? I know you didn't dig the flick, but the back story of that hospital is interesting. So a deep dive is learning and reading up about the history of the hospital. I didn't. Is that what the definition of deep dive is? I'm afraid, since the movie didn't interest me, I'm afraid I have really no interest in anything about the subject. Since the movie and nothing about the movie really interested me, I'm not that interested to do a deep dive, I'm afraid. But, different people have different interests, and it's just, in my opinion, there's enough depressing stuff going on to study on depressing stuff from the past. There's plenty of depressing stuff going on right now. So, but I appreciate the recommendation of the movie, and just wasn't my cup of tea. I appreciate, or I'm glad that people who like the movie. But, Matt says, good rule would be if you talk on Skype, you gotta, cover something up as you talk to avoid transmitting something over the phone. I didn't even think about that. Here we were doing freaking Skype calls all winter, and we were all putting each other in danger. Fuck. You know what? I'm gonna end the show right now and go get tested. All right, everyone. Oh God, I'm gonna get 2 tests. All right, everyone. It's been fun. Jason says, year and yeah. Maybe he was agreeing with there's enough depressing stuff currently going on to, where it makes me not want to study past depressing stuff. Yep, already 16, well, this counter I think is incorrect, but 16 or so minutes into the show. I'm making a point to not let the slow start get to me, because they often happen and it often ends up being amazing. Even if, I can't put any expectation on a show. A show is what it is. Matt's coming at us with another good rule suggestion. Gotta get the TEST before you can call. And email. Well, he says the positive test results, but I think he means negative. Right, yeah, that's another good rule. Anyone who wants to connect on Skype has to get a TEST and send proof via email photo of the negative test results within a minute of starting the call. I can't believe we weren't doing this shit the whole time. Yeah, Matt understood that he was wrong. Yeah, now I'm worried about all those calls that were done just like calls from 2019 were. I mean, this ain't no 2019 anymore. You can't just live like it's 2019, because it's not. So yeah, no plans to do a deep dive. Matt says, what about beep cards? Prove they got the beep or else no Skype. I mean, that could even be another lovely way to keep listeners safe and Skype callers safe. Yeah, we're just getting we're getting safer and safer by the minute. Yeah, you got to get the thing and provide proof of the thing to even. Yeah, tell you what, before anyone even decides if they want to even start to think if they want to Skype, you got to get the thing. And then you can start to think if you want to possibly Skype, and then you got to get another thing before you contact me to let me know you wanna. Yeah, I'm feeling really comfortable with the more rules we add to the show. Matt says, ask them to give you their cell phone tracking like those apps you can find where people are to make sure everyone's staying appropriately apart. There you go. Well, we're pretty much all in different states, so I think that rule we don't need because I don't think any of us have been in the same state, but if someone were in the same state, I'd definitely implement it. Jason says, any plans on doing a live movie riff tracks? I'm not exactly sure what that is. I'm pretty sure... What is that? I'm pretty sure riff tracks is that... I'm not even gonna... I think that's like... Is that like Mystery Science Theater 3000 or something? I don't know what that is. Is that me watching a riff tracks movie on a show? If that's what it is, I've got no plans on doing that. But thanks for asking. Matt says, all people in household give tracking info so you can make sure along with a video feed. So make sure there's no one like around people that are Skyping. Oh, in their house? Okay. Jason says riff tracks is like a fan commentary. Oh, are you asking if I have plans to do fan commentaries? I don't know. People the view the listens on my fan commentaries aren't that amazing. So I don't know. I kind of not too sure about future fan commentaries. I guess I could, but the listens are kind of low on my fan commentaries. We've got Austin. Welcome, Austin. Matt says, cause speaking spreads stuff in the same house, so gotta stay safe. Jason says a fan commentary live. Yeah, the reason I stopped doing the I don't know if I would imagine that last summer I did some streams with chat and commentaries. The reason I stopped doing them with commentary or chat is because it was hard to do commentary plus read chat at the same time. So, pretty late into the commentaries, I just disabled chat. But I mean, the first couple was the first two Friday the 13th. I'm pretty sure I did last year on June 13th. That was fun because it was new and it was like this big kind of group watch or whatever. But I don't know. It seemed the turnout that was kind of fun. But like I say, it's hard to look at chat and try to commentary at the same time. Welcome, Austin. Thanks everyone for showing up. Pretty much talking about everything but movies so far, but that's okay. It's just a rule for Skype. And we've come up with quite a few other rules for Skype today that people are going to have to abide by. Not that anyone's going to show up to Skype, because why would they on a movie-only talk on Skype week? I'm just going to have a little bit of a sip. Oh, that's right. I was interested in hearing Austin's feedback. He finally watched Halloween Kills. He said he saw it for free. Lucky him. If Austin would like to share his thoughts on Halloween Kills, we'd love to hear your thoughts. It seems to me you saw the Batman as well. Were you able to see that for free? Well, maybe someone you know has HBO Max. Austin is ready for Halloween Ends. Yeah, that's for sure. Evil ends tonight. That'd be funny if they said that. Evil ends tonight. Yeah, one wonders if it's gonna be like, Laurie and Michael stabbing each other in the heart at the exact same time and both perishing at the exact moment. And it will be interesting to see what happens with that. Um, that will be interesting. Unfortunately, well, I guess it's fortunate for the theater chain business, but unfortunately for us people who don't wanna, yeah, who aren't too keen on going to the theater in the post 2019 era, yeah, Halloween Kills might actually drag me into, or not Kills, Ends might actually be enough to drag me back into the theater, because I'll just be so. I don't imagine Halloween Ends is gonna stream the same day the movie opens in theaters. It'll probably be in theaters only, unless of course everything goes to shit by then, which is possible in these times. But yeah, Halloween Ends will be interesting. At least we don't have to wait like a extra year to see it. Hopefully, Halloween Ends. Austin says it's not as good as the 2018 movie in his opinion, but it was still fun to watch. This one seemed more like an exploitation slasher from the 80s. It went for more gore and violence than Class, which he didn't mind. Yeah, I can see that, like just kind of ditched whatever little bit of Class the 2018 one may have had and said, hell with that. We're gonna just do the old blood and guts only kind of movie and hell with everything else. But wasn't Tommy Doyle the most annoying character in the entire world? And then they actually have the actress who played Lindsay in the original movie back to do what? Nothing? Oh my god. Jason says, doesn't matter, in 2 to 3 years a new studio will acquire the Halloween rights and make a fifth Halloween timeline. People can trash Friday the 13th for being so overplayed out. Being so overplayed out, Halloween jumped the shark years ago. Austin says he saw a poster for Halloween Ends with the Michael mask becoming a skull. Austin says the Paul Rudd Tommy was a bit better. Yeah, I actually like Paul Rudd Tommy. How cool would that have been if they could have got Paul Rudd to play him in Kills? That would have made that movie. Not the thing is, I'm not even a huge Paul Rudd fan, but just the fact that they'd have him reprise the role, just for that, just would have been cool. Austin thinks Tommy's death in Halloween Kills was pretty brutal. Yep. That was a great moment, too, to see that annoying character get it. Austin says they killed the nurse from part 1 again. Yeah. Whatever her name was. I can't remember that character's name. Yeah, she died in H2O. Didn't she? Yeah. She died at the beginning of H2O, I think. This poor woman has to come on by every 20 years and die. Well, she didn't die in the original couple films. She didn't die in the. She was in Halloween 1 and 2, and she got free of dying back then. That's so funny. I wonder if she's the. That's really funny. Come to think about it, I wonder if she's the only actress from the franchise who died in the franchise twice. That's interesting. That's funny. Austin says they killed so many of the original cast in this one. Yeah, her throat slashed in H2O. Okay. What did Austin or anyone for that matter think about like the 1978 flashback scenes of Halloween Kills? I'm kind of torn. Like part of me likes them, part of me doesn't. I'll give him. I think at the end of the day, I give him, credit for doing it relatively well, and doing an okay job at trying to do their best to capture the 1978 feel. Looks like we've got 4 listening. Welcome, everyone. Feel free to chime in with whatever the hell you want to say. Or just listen and enjoy the ramblings. Wonder when we'll get the first trailer for Halloween Ends. Yeah, I think if no one shows up to talk on Skype this week, I might have to rethink my strategy. I don't know. Jason says H2O has minor problems, but it's a better reboot in every possible way. Blumhouse is a Mickey Mouse production company, the only original. What does IP mean? Oh, intellectual property. Is that what it means? They own is The Purge. Elite Thunder's here. Welcome. He says hi, Nate. Welcome, Elite Thunder HD. Austin says the flashbacks were strange. It looked pretty accurate, but at the same time felt like the Dr. Sleep flashbacks 2019 pretending to be 1980 footage. Kind of off to him. Same with the 78 footage and Kills. That's a good comparison. Yeah, at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to, I guess, replicate it perfectly. But yeah, I hear you. I mean, I guess I appreciate their attempts at trying to do that, and I still think that Loomis guy shouldn't have got a close-up. Because when we just saw him from that long shot from the top of the stairs coming in the door, like it was really kind of cool, but then he gets a close-up, it's like, oh my god. He shouldn't have got a close-up. That's my opinion. I better chill out on my water drink, and I'll have to take a leak live in a coffee can like Franklin. Austin says it wasn't 100% convincing, but it was cool to see more of the 78 Halloween. Yeah, I don't know which version you saw, but there's an extended version on disc and whatever, and the extended version has an extra scene of the 78 stuff, which was cool of I think Lonnie, like, seeing Michael behind a hedge or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, obviously the 78 stuff in Halloween Kills wasn't perfect, but as I said, I'll give him props for the attempt and, a relatively decent execution. Oh, Austin saw the Batman for free as well. He says, man, it was long. Yeah, that's what I hear. So I'm assuming it not only just was simply long, which we all know, but it felt long based on your comment. I'm assuming it felt as long as it was, or possibly longer. Yeah, I wish I could see it for free. Austin says, what were the differences in the theatrical and extended cuts of Halloween Kills? Yeah, I can't remember all of them. The first one, I think, was that extra scene in the 1978 footage of some kind of, paying homage to the Michael behind the hedge kind of thing with Lonnie. Um, Shit, I only saw it once, the extended one once. So I think that was the most interesting extra scene. I think something else was just to do with, yeah, shit. I can't remember anything other than that. But I think that the extra bit of Michael and Lonnie in '78 was the most interesting addition. The ending, it like got a different ending, which I thought was actually better than the theatrical one, where like Michael, at the end of the movie is actually ends up like Laurie dials her daughter and Michael picks up, so it's kind of like Michael and Laurie are on the phone again, which I thought was really cool, and I don't know why they cut that out of the theatrical version. So those are the two things that I can remember: alternate ending and that other scene I mentioned. Austin says it was cool the Will Patton character lived. Yeah, I would imagine he'll be in the next film along with Jamie Lee Curtis lying next to each other in bed, wounded. Austin asks, so how did the theatrical end? Yeah, just with the death of, well, I'm not even going to say it, just with the certain character's demise, and just like Michael looking into his reflection in the bedroom window. So that was pretty much it. And then in the alternate ending, it's like there's some after that one character dies, he's like on the Laurie calls that recently deceased character's phone. Michael picks up, and it's like, as I said, once again they're on the phone. Which, I mean, why would I think that is a lot better than the theatrical ending. I don't know why they ever changed it, because it was a cool, paying tribute to the original movie and just a all around better ending. So my favorite version of Halloween Kills is definitely extended version. Let me just see, out of curiosity, how many listeners we got. 4. All right. Welcome, everyone. Jason says, Batman is a bit long, but the film has a great pace. The last 20 minutes could have been cut, but I'm sure it was done so Warner Brothers had no choice but greenlight a follow-up sequel. So Jason doesn't think Batman or the Batman is too long. Well, he says it's a bit long, but sounds like the last 20 minutes or so are good. So what the hell? We've got some positive feedback for the Batman. That's good to hear. Still currently 61 degrees Fahrenheit somewhere in Minnesota. I'm seeing 5 listeners. Welcome, everyone. If anyone wants to connect on Skype to talk movies, feel free to let me know. I'm sure no one does, but that's fine. Fuck. Austin says, I can't believe the theatrical didn't end with Laurie on the phone and then walking out of the hospital with knife in hand. That was a good ending. The theatrical sounds too abrupt. I know. It's like you've actually got, one of the coolest things in the movie, and let's cut it. Yeah, the ending of the theatrical ending was too abrupt. It sounds like you just saw the extended. If so, lucky you. I think that's the better version. Yeah, the theatrical ending was too abrupt. It's just like... Oh, okay. Looks like we've got Jesse, a.k.a. Versimilitude 86. He says he'll get on shortly. Let me know in Skype when you're ready, because I'm not going to turn my... or not Skype chat. Let me know in YouTube chat when you're ready, because I'm not going to bother turning my stuff on until you're ready. Jason says Batman is hands down the best real-world comic book film, which doesn't say much. Yeah, I'll probably just blind buy it when it goes on sale for like $15 or whatever dollars. A lot of times, they come out in, I don't know, 4 weeks. It depends on the title, I guess, but 4 or 5 weeks after it comes out, they put them on sale. Any thoughts? Dune is currently on sale again. Any thoughts on the new Dune? I kind of I guess most of the feedback of the new Dune, $15 might be a little expensive for Dune. Maybe I can wait until I can get it for 10 or less, used or something. Austin says, I'm also hearing that Halloween Ends is going to be 4 years later. I kind of hope not. Oh yeah, that's right. I heard that too. I don't know what the point of that is. It's just like, I don't get it. But yeah. So it's going to be... Okay, so let's see. 19, 20, 21, 20... Or wait. 19, 20, 21, 20... So it's going to be now. 2022? Shit. I hope they don't have, like, you know what I mean, current stuff in the movie, if everyone knows what I mean. Like, if it takes place in 2022... I don't want there to be, you know what I'm talking about in the movie, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Signs of the times. 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, it'd take place now then. Versimilitude understands, and he'll let me know on YouTube chat when he's ready for Skype. Austin says the Batman... was good, but I'm not convinced it's better than the Nolan Batmans. Jason says, I think he's talking about the Batman. He says it's somewhat a hybrid of 70s film era. I think he's talking about the Batman. We've got the classic multiple conversations going. Austin says, I would have Halloween 2018 Kills and Ends all take place on the same night. Yeah, me as well. The problem with that is, though, then you get into... I mean, they probably already were into November 1st in Halloween Kills, But, yeah, I'd do that as well. Have all 3 films just take place the same night. And, at the very end of Halloween Ends, it can go to, like, October 31st, 11:58 p.m., 11:59. Midnight. It's November. Halloween ends. You know what I mean? That would have been perfect. C-Snap is here. Welcome, C-Snap. He says, "Hey, Nate. Hey, guys." C-Snap. And in the last Nate and Beth show, at the very end of the last Nate and Beth show, you could see on the screen the outside and inside picture of where C-Snap drove to on that at the end of that show, a pub in Ireland. We put, I don't know if you saw that after the fact or not, C-Snap, but we put pictures of the outside and the fireplace of where you were. Jason says the new Dune is beautiful, but I tapped out after 35 minutes. That's a film that seemed to drag on. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of the feedback I'm getting, that it's like, visually great, but maybe not so much beyond that. Oh, I think Austin understands what I'm talking about regarding Halloween Ends if it takes place in this, 2022. He says, yeah, I don't want to see that either. They better leave that crap out and pretend it never happened. I know. Can you imagine characters? Oh my God. I don't want to fucking see it. I don't want to fucking start seeing that in movies, man. Oh my God. Michael will be approaching victims and they'll be like, stay back, stay back. They don't even necessarily know he's, a threat, or, the traditional kind of threat. Stay back. Oh my God. I don't want to see it. I'm going to be so pissed if that's in there. Oh my God. This is just a horrific nightmare I can see happening, and I hope it doesn't happen. Like, the opening of Halloween Ends will be like Jamie Lee Curtis will be like doing be just a montage of Haddonfield or whatever. Jamie Lee Curtis will do a voiceover while we see a montage of Haddonfield images. She'll be just like, yeah, we could have never imagined that Michael would escape and return in 2018, but, the events of the past couple years have been even worse than Michael's return. The events of 2018, not to mention 2020 and 21 and 22, have been enough to test all of our resolve, and we've been able to live through Michael and something else, and we're stronger for it. And I can just see this huge monologue just talking about just current times, and I just like walk out of the theater. If that is how the movie started, I'd be like, oh my God. Oh, let's hope not. Austin says Halloween 2 took place after midnight when it ended, so it wouldn't be a big deal to have it end on the morning of November 1st. Right, absolutely. I still think it'd be cool to just have the movie end like right at midnight on, right as it November 1st appears, C-Snap says, yeah, I had a nice few pints. Oh, cool. I think he meant, oh, cool, about me putting the images up on the screen at the end of the most recent Nate and Beth show. Austin says, no, I don't want to see it either. It's too cringy and hurts any chance of rewatchability. I know. Oh my God. Austin says, yeah, I was thinking this when I heard about ends taking place now. Oh my God. Oof. Please don't put any aspects of current times in it. Yep, C-Snap says what we're all thinking, but none of us want to say out loud, which I won't even. He says Michael will be wearing something over his mask and doing something else. Yeah, I hope not. Oh my God. Please no. Jason says they're not going to add real-world tragedy to a phony slasher film. Hollywood wants money first. Yeah, we can hope not, but if Hollywood wants money so bad, why are they doing all these recent bullshit trends that is pretty much everyone but them hate? There's another argument. So, yeah, I guess time will tell. We'll find out what the hell. I would say at the minimum, we're going to see characters like holding whats in their hands at the very minimum. Like, or the Haddonfield streets will be littered with them, They'll be blowing around, part leaves and part these other things blowing around on the ground. Oh my God. We got to change the subject. Shit. Oh. 5 listeners, welcome. Thanks everyone for showing up. Austin says to Jason, I truly hope you're right. But this is Hollyweird, so they want to push certain things. C-Snap says it should be called Hollow Woke. There you go. That'll probably be, the next one after Halloween ends. When some other production company gets the rights, it'll be Hollow Woke. I'm not going to say this out loud, but Austin says the night he, what? I hate that term, so I'm not going to say it out loud, but that's funny. It's almost so funny I want to say it, but. Oh, that's funny. Read the chat playback, anyone. It's almost almost funny enough to say, but yeah, Austin understands why I don't want to say it out loud. Jason says I watch a lot of medical dramas. They touched on it for 2 or 3 episodes, then just stopped. Well, at least it stopped. You gotta give him credit for doing that. Austin appreciates, or C-Snap appreciates Austin's tagline. The night he, That's funny. Austin's good at those funny, alternate takes on just whatever movie titles and taglines. Can you? Okay, I know I said to change the subject, but I'm going to say one more thing. In the worst case scenario, just imagine if in Halloween Ends, Michael, for whatever reason, his the Michael Myers mask gets shredded or pulled off his head or whatever, and then he just looks around and finds something else on the ground and puts that on. I would just die. Oh my God. Oh. Well, we might very well have Jesse from Down Under join us on Skype. So if that happens, my prediction will be whatchamacallit, incorrect, which is good. Oh, that's a good one. I've thought about that too. C-Snap says he Michael, if his Captain Kirk mask ever got damaged, it'd be hilarious if he finds a Spock mask. I know. I mean, how amazing would that be? Oh, the pointed ears and stuff. Oh. What's everyone else's thoughts about the original Halloween where, he was supposed to have broken into the hardware store during the day when there's an open sign hanging, you know, on the front door. How does Michael break into a hardware store during the day when they're open to steal stuff? Does anyone have an answer to that? Ugh, water. Water. Well, nearly, by my counter, which I don't think is necessarily accurate, but nearly an hour into the show. Yikes, down to 2 listeners. Okay. I see how it is. Yeah, see, that brings up another point. Since when does a hardware store even sell Halloween masks? Exactly. Yeah, a little bit of low budget, maybe sloppiness with that scene. Low budget movie sloppiness, like, okay, let's have Michael break into the store during the day when the store would be open. Makes sense. And steal something that the store most likely wouldn't carry. That'd be funny if you broke into like a flower store or something. Something that like really wouldn't have a Halloween mask. Yeah. That's one of the things that, the original Halloween is relatively sloppy here and there, like that one shot of Laurie looking out the window and seeing him standing there, with the blowing sheets and stuff on the clotheslines. And then she's still, cut back to Laurie looking at him. She never averts her eyes, and then cut back to the clothesline stuff when he's just gone. Like, come on. Like, you got to have her look away. The way they should have done that scene was he's standing there, then the phone rings, she answers it, and, after the phone call, then she can look back out and he's gone. But she don't have him just disappear while she's looking at him. It's like, what? I mean, that movie's really got a lot of sloppy shit in it. Jason says in the 80s, hardware stores sold stuff during seasons. Maybe it's a Midwest thing. Yeah, I guess there you go. Jason's coming to the rescue of Halloween. I guess hardware stores in Ireland don't sell Halloween masks, but that's true. Like, even, I guess that now that Jason brings it up, I mean, when you're a store and you're seasonal, like a lot of times, if you, so stores can, I guess, and have made exceptions for seasonal stuff. So there's an argument to be made for that. But that's another complaint with Halloween, it's like, and I think I bitched about this maybe in my commentary last year, like, if you're going to film a movie in California that's, how should I word this? I mean, obviously we know that all the leaves and the trees are green and fully green and this and that in Halloween. So, like, if you're filming a movie in California where the leaves are all green and shit, like, don't have it take place in a part of the country where the leaves would be completely, it's just, why not just have it take place in California? That was another one of my complaints, like, but anyway, I'll stop complaining. I've got complaints for the original Halloween. Jason says I already read that. Hardware stores actually sold candy and masks, etc. for kids, along with Christmas stuff. Oh yeah, Jason, I want to say is in Illinois. So shit, he's right in the state that Halloween's supposed to take place in. So he'd know best. Jose Gomez is having a good day. Austin says, "Oh Jesus." I'm definitely not saying that. Let's see here. That's the tagline for the fifth film. I think it's for the fifth film. Michael Lives and This Time They're Ready, I want to say, is for the fifth film. Yep, if you want to see Austin's new tagline, alternate tagline for a Halloween film in present times, feel free to look at chat. Jason says, in fact, a local hardware store sold some of the best unique Halloween candy during the fall. That's cool. Yeah, support local, everyone. That's for damn sure, and these, especially now. Support local. It's funny, like local, I mean, you should have always been supporting local, but I mean, I don't think there's a better time to support local than right now in the last, well, couple years. And, you know, I mean, now, well, we can't do anything about the last couple years, but we can support them now and moving forward. If at all possible, I would recommend supporting local restaurants versus, you know, or whatever businesses versus your corporate giant bullshit. Austin couldn't resist to share his alternate version of the Halloween 5, whatever it's called, tagline or whatever. Yeah, that's okay. Just don't expect me to read it out loud. Oh my god. I tell you. Was there a oh, okay. I think the tagline for the fourth Halloween was just 10 years ago he changed the face of Halloween. And tonight Halloween changes his face. uh Jason says plastic coffins with candy skeleton bones that made a body. Pure 80s madness. Jesus, I think I can remember something like that. Yeah, I think I can remember something like that. Halloween's sure a depraved, sick time of year, isn't it? I love it. Yeah, I'm just searching. Okay, I'm seeing some. Okay, I don't know if these are the ones from the 80s or what, but interlocking, probably not. This is stuff you can probably get now. They still sell stuff like that with like a plastic coffin and your candy bone pieces and stuff. Okay. Jason says coffins were pink and yellow, candy were sweet tarts. Yeah, I'm gonna try to put this on the one sec. See if I can put this image I found online on here. Looks like you can get a variation of this. Let me see if I can. I just have to find it. Here you go. This is what I found. If anyone wants to take a look at the screen, this is what I found for current plastic coffin with candy bones. I'll just have it up just briefly. If anyone wants to take a look at the screen, I think this is stuff you can still get now. I don't imagine this is the same thing he was talking about from the 80s, but maybe a variation. Looks like verisimilitude is ready. Austin says the Batman is getting a sequel. One quick sec as I try to do this.
Lou, can you hear me there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice.
Can you hear?
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
No worries. Happy to be here.
I'm just seeing that my thing is calling the other people. I guess I don't know how to actually join the group without calling the other guys, but I guess whatever.
Can't you just set up one through like our own private chat that we have going on there?
Yeah,
That'd be like the easiest way, I'd imagine. But
here, tell you what, it keeps calling these other guys, so let me hang up and I'll just call you direct, okay?
okay, no worries.
One sec. Yeah, I don't know how to just do it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
No, all good. Makes things a bit easier.
Yeah, I don't know how to join the group without bothering the other people. So it'd be nice if you could just join the group and without dialing the other people. Maybe there's a way. I'm not the biggest.
Don't think you can do that. I think when everyone's in that group, I think it just calls everybody. I think that's how it works.
All right. Well, if Will or anyone
I could be wrong, but that's how I understand it. Yeah.
If Will shows up or anything like that, we can always just disconnect and join the group at that point. So,
But won't that still call everyone else?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. But I mean, at that point,
you can't just add him. I guess, and then if you add him to this call, then like he's always going to be attached to this one too. So it's a bit tricky.
We'll figure it out. But at any rate, how's Jesse doing today? I haven't talked to you for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, I've been doing good.
Well,
just
good.
It's been doing just been working and watching some flicks, playing some games. So I was just playing the Alien Alien Fireteam Elite game on PlayStation 4 with a buddy earlier, so that was fun.
Very cool. I'm just gonna ask chat how verisimilitude sounds, making sure he's not too loud, and just ask the chat how he sounds, and to see if I can get some feedback. Jason says, Mr. Bones Coffin Candy. Wow, I don't know if you saw the image I put on screen of this coffin candy, but that's, I think, what he's reacting to. Austin says, I find it funny that they want to ignore all the previous Halloween sequels, yet they want to constantly reference Season of the Witch in Halloween Kills with the silver shamrock masks. Yeah, I guess it's just them winking, I guess, at Halloween 3. That is funny, though.
Yeah, like answering your little question earlier about Michael breaking into the hardware store. My understanding of it, or the way I always sort of took it, was he did it, really early in the morning before the hardware store opened up. You know what I mean? What time was it roughly when he escaped? It was probably I don't know. I think it's really stated, but it's probably, I'm guessing, sometime in the evening. You know what I mean? So by the time he drove to Haddonfield, and that it was probably just hitting daybreak, I'm guessing, or just maybe before daybreak, and that's how I think you can explain that, I guess, if you want to, I guess, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to remember. Let's see here. God, isn't that moment though that Lori and the other woman are driving? That's after school and later in the day though. Why is the alarm still ringing on the?
Yeah. That's I didn't think of that. Yeah, I guess it's a big plot hole then. Yeah, I can't fix that one. Yeah, that's pretty done and dusted then, I guess. Yeah, if the alarm's still going, unless the alarm's been ringing all day and for some reason they can't figure out how to turn it off. but that's a real stretch. It's one of those things, I guess, with low budget filmmaking, like you said. And yeah, that always bothered me too, where Laurie sees him out in her backyard or whatever it is, and she doesn't look away or whatever, and he disappears. I always thought that was strange.
Yeah, I want to say the last time I watched it, it wouldn't be easy to do, or it wouldn't be difficult to even just do a fan edit and just have her. She doesn't go back to the window again. I guess you could put the shot of when she, approaches the window in again and use it twice. Like after the phone call, show that shot of her approaching the window and seeing, and cut to him being gone. That would be a cool kind of a fan edit to attempt, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I mean, it's funny how when I was 12, I worshipped the original Halloween movie, and then as I got older, I saw all these kind of, this and that, and kind of the things we've been discussing, kind of screw ups or whatever. But we can still enjoy the movie. Yeah,
I don't know, things like that. They for me, they're more fun than anything else to discuss. When I'm watching the movie, they don't really hindered my experience, to be honest.
No, I hear you.
There's things like that with a lot of those sort of there's even when we were talking Friday, when we did our Friday episode a couple of weeks ago, we even pointed out there's that mistake with Annie's dialogue. She says she doesn't like it when people call kids, and then she says it herself. So,
That's so funny. Austin says the hardware store was probably closed that day or closed for the day since it's evening after school. Well, yeah, but the open sign is on while the alarm's going off. But you know what? Maybe they decided in post.
Yeah, but people in stores do that sometimes. They leave in a hurry and they forget to switch over the sign. I've seen that in real life a few times. So.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, if Jesse is defending Halloween, that's understandable. But he's making good arguments. So there you go. But yeah, you can be driving by stores that got the neon signs at night and they forgot to turn the open sign off. So that's absolutely true.
Yeah, if I owned a store, that'd probably be happening half the time because I'm a forgetful son of a bitch.
So. Jesse's DVDs and Blu-rays.
Yeah, that'd be a hell of an idea. Wouldn't mind running that store.
Yeah, that'd be.
Although nowadays I don't think I get very many customers. Yeah.
I know, what a goddamn bummer. But yeah, Jason says he may have broken in during the day. In the late 70s, people didn't lock their doors. Yeah, that's possible. Oh, here, Jesse, let me put this to you. You might not be able to understand this as well, being in Australia or not, but we all know that Halloween takes place in North American Midwest, which at the end of October, all the leaves and everything are, I don't know if you know, but all the leaves and everything are pretty much off the trees, and they're all brown and orange and all these different colors. So they filmed Halloween and
Yeah, I know about that.
so yeah, all the green leaves in Halloween. Well, here's a question for you that I've often wondered myself. That the past few years, if you're making a movie, if the only time you can film this is in California when the leaves are all green, why not just have it take place in California? Versus so you don't have that continuity. Just that kind of blunder of the green leaves on the trees. I guess they were going for that small town Midwestern thing, but I mean, surely, like, just even
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Yeah, I was gonna just say that. Yeah, I think they were going for that small town. Yeah, Midwest. So I think that you pretty much answered your own question.
I answered my own question, but yeah, I mean, personally, if I had done the film, I just would have had it take place where it was shot, but that's just me. But honestly, because when I was a kid, I didn't even pay attention to the green leaves thing. I don't think I even really thought of it until I heard the commentary from the Criterion Laserdisc in '94. Jamie Lee Curtis is the one who brings up the fact that the leaves inconsistency, and it's strange that I didn't even notice until then. But I think that all the trouble they went through to put the paint leaves brown or whatever and throw them on the ground actually did a lot, because my eye as a kid was always kind of on the leaves on the ground, so at least I guess that kind of worked.
Yeah, I never really knew any of that sort of stuff until DVD rolled around, really, because I mean, I'd never had a Laserdisc player, and I never really knew almost anyone that had one except for like a good buddy of mine, like got one around the time DVD hit. Like he randomly got one and he had like a few movies on there, but I never knew that there was like special editions of like Laserdisc and things like that with commentaries and that. I didn't even know what a commentary was either until DVD rolled around. But in the case of noticing those sort of things for Halloween, I never noticed any of that stuff with the palm trees or the leaves or any of that. But you can say the same thing about the original Elm Street. In the original Elm Street, there's you can see some of the palm trees, and that was shot like literally down the road from where Halloween was shot. Like Michael and Freddie are neighbors, so you can see a few palm trees in that movie as well.
But doesn't Nightmare on Elm Street just take place in California? Where is that supposed to take place?
No, it's not California. It's Ohio, I believe.
Did they say that in the original Nightmare film? Huh.
I don't know. I don't think it's mentioned here. It's a little bit of a retcon. I think that's like in part 6.
Freddy's dead.
I know in the beginning of Freddy's Dead, they mention it in the text at the beginning. I know that, but Springwood, Ohio. I don't know if it's. I don't think it is mentioned in the first movie though, but that's sort of like where the lore is, I guess, nowadays. But you can kind of tell though by like the way the film's made that they're very much trying to emulate that small town feel that like Halloween did anyway. So I'd very much doubt if they meant for it to be in California.
Well, shit, I never knew that. I mean, shit, why film all these movies in California that are supposed to be in other places?
Because that's where everything is, and that's like back in the 80s, it wasn't so expensive to shoot out there. Like nowadays, like even if you're an independent film, like you can like tank and sink like your entire like small indie budget just by like finding a location. Like once they know that it's a movie, they don't care whether it's a multi-million-dollar studio film or a little indie flick. They'll charge you the same things, and they'll same prices, and they'll charge you for things that are just ridiculous. Like it's like, is it like, why am I paying for this sort of thing? You know what I mean? But back in the 70s and the 80s, I don't think it was anywhere near as bad back then. That's why, I think that's the case. And even with like Friday, that's what I love about, especially the first couple of Fridays, which I'm sure you do as well, is they were both shot, on the East Coast. So,
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's
I think
very much.
I think that's a big reason why they moved it to California in 3 and 4, because it's just easier for them to do it that way, I guess.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, yeah, that combined with the 3D aspect of the third film, obviously 3 was going to be there, and I guess they figured since they were there, they might as well keep making them there, at least for that time period. Austin says, yeah, we already talked about this. I think he was talking about Halloween. You can see a palm tree in one shot. That's true. Granted, it is kind of down the street. Jason says Nightmare on Elm Street is in Ohio. Nightmare looks more like Midwest than Halloween, in Jason's opinion.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. They pull off the Midwest feel more in Nightmare than Halloween. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Except that one bridge definitely looks like a Venice, California location.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah. I think I've seen that in a couple of other things as well, like a couple of TV shows and things like that, yeah.
Well, one of the many things I love about Slumber Party Massacre is just the fact that it just takes place where the hell it was filmed, which is great. Are you a fan of the Slumber Party Massacre, like the original movie at all, or?
I've seen it once. I caught that just a couple of years ago. I'd seen it for the first time. I kind of binged all of them. I watched. I saw at least the first 2. I think there's a third movie in there. I think I wasn't able to track that down though at the time. Is there a third one?
Yeah, there's a third one that came out like in the late 80s, early 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I saw the third one. And then the thing about that series is a little bit confusing because there's Slumber Party Massacre, and then there's another one in there that's got like a similar title, and I'm blanking on exactly what it's called right now.
Huh, interesting.
Isn't there a separate series that's kind of similar? Or at least one movie that's very similar about like a slumber party and stuff? I swear.
Yeah, there's a slumber party. There's a really crappy slumber party movie called The Last Slumber Party.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of. Unless it's like a Mandela.
Are you talking like about? Are you talking about the Sorority House Massacre franchise?
That's the one I think. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Maybe. Yeah.
I guess it's really not so much of a franchise. There's just 2 of them, but still, I guess maybe if there's more than one, it's a franchise.
Is that the one, or is Slumber Party Massacre the one? I know one of them has. It's either 1 or 2 of the chicks that were in a couple of the Friday films. Like I know the chick from Part 7's in one of them. The one that Jason pulls down in the lake. She's going skinny dipping in that. I know that chick.
Oh, she's in Slumber Party too. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it might have been one.
Oh, you know what's funny about Slumber Party 2 is that chick from Friday 7 is in it, and also the chick who dies in the bed in Friday 5 is in Slumber Party 2 as well.
When it's in Friday 5 that dies in the bed.
Yeah, the bunk bed.
Oh, yeah, I know the character. You're the one. That's the one that, like, she's watching the movie with that nerdy guy, and he's like, "I said I didn't mean it." Like, when he tells her he likes her. And, yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll add one movie to that. She's also in Psycho 3.
Yep.
She's in that one as well. Yeah. So she's got like a little bit of a slasher. Little trilogy of films there she's been in. Yeah.
I think those are the only 3 I can think of. I don't know if she's in more or not, but yeah, she was a face there for a while, mid to late 80s.
Yeah, I've never seen her like interviewed, or I don't even know if she's ever done cons. I've never heard of her doing a con.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
it's yeah, they're fun. You probably hated it if you saw it, but I actually saw the remake of Slumber Party Massacre like a couple of months ago, and actually didn't mind it. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, I saw it too, and I actually recorded a review of it. But I was just, but you're spot on. Honestly, I liked how it began, but as it wore on, it pissed me off as it wore on. But I actually did enjoy how it began. So, but the reason I never posted that review is just because I guess I'm a huge fan of the original. I guess I'm just disgusted that it exists, kind of thing. So I just didn't even upload the review. But yeah, I mean, I appreciated that they at least kind of tried to at least at the opening scene or whatever, kind of redid the killer in this little as he appeared in the first film.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have like a yeah. We can probably pretty much do a whole show on this one day, but I have like kind of a love hate relationship with remakes and stuff. Like if they're good, I really don't have any issue with them. You know what I mean? Like I could love the original, but if there's a remake that comes out and it's good, hey, I'm not gonna just badmouth it just for the sake of like being a purist or whatever. But that, I mean, that's just me. But yeah, I reckon there's a few remakes that are pretty good, and some that I think like that supersede the original. Like one for me that almost never gets talked about is When a Stranger Calls. I think the remake of that is like far superior to the original.
Oh, okay. I think that's that movie. I always get confused with the other movie. Yeah. I don't think
Okay, what movie did you get confused with?
I don't think I've ever seen either of the When a Stranger Calls, but I've seen the Carpenter one, whatever it is. Shit,
Okay, yeah,
I, I
yeah. I've never seen that
I
one.
can't remember the title of it right now. Someone is
Yeah,
watching
I can't
you
think
or
of it either.
whatever.
I think that's what it's called. Yeah, someone is watching me. I really do need to get around to seeing that. But yeah, like I don't think I ever even finished the original because like the first maybe like 15 minutes or something is kind of what you think the movie's going to be. Where there's the killer on the phone like calling her saying like have you checked your children and stuff. Whereas the remake, that's the whole movie. The whole movie is the girl in the house and she's being stalked.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that
Yeah, I just think it's
before.
way better. Yeah, yeah, way better story. Or another one, and the house they use in that movie is just really cool to look at. It's kind of creepy, but yeah, another one's The Hills Have Eyes. I reckon that the remake of that's better.
The what?
The remake of The Hills Have Eyes, I think, is better than the original.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Let me just read Jason. He says the Slumber Party remake was financed by Sci-Fi Films. It was a made for TV remake. Sci-Fi got a lot of venom to do, canceling all their executive content. They did the film to make nice with fans. Austin says, I have the Mill Creek Blu-ray of When a Stranger Calls, 1979. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen the original or the remake of that. I've got Someone is Watching You, and I'll also confuse that with the film by the name of He Knows You're Alone, which is a fun. I think that's the one that's Tom Hanks' first movie. That's kind of fun Halloween ripoff. Have you seen He Knows You're Alone, Jesse?
No, it sounds vaguely familiar, but like there's so many titles like that. Like it's
Yeah.
hard to, there's like there's He Knows You're Alone. There's Don't Go in the Woods, and it's like there's so many similar titles that like you can like think you've seen a film and you haven't seen it, and it gets confusing sometimes. But yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar. I don't believe I've seen it though.
Yeah, He Knows You're Alone is hilarious. The music is you know how a lot of people kind of ripped off the Halloween music right after Halloween. I mean the music in He Knows You're Alone is so laughable. It's almost like Halloween with like a one note like shifted. I mean it's so it is so hilarious, the music in he knows you're alone or whatever. It's just like it's. That's all I'll say. It's just hilarious. If you ever get a chance, and remember maybe if you did a search on YouTube, he knows you're alone music or something. It's so hilarious. I mean, just imagine Halloween music with maybe one note changed or something. It's so funny.
Well, you've kind of reminded me of another film now. I don't think it's the same movie. There's another film I watched like a handful of years ago. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, it's 80s. I think it's like early 80s. You might know what it is. And I swear, like, it is like a blatant, not just like inspired or even a slight rip-off, but a blatant rip-off almost in Halloween. Like, they use almost the exact same score. They even like go as far as to copy some of the kills. Like Annie's kill is like pretty much recreated in the film, like completely. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's about a dude who like escapes in the nut house and stuff, but he doesn't wear a mask. But I remember watching it thinking, like, how did these people not get sued? Like, it's so similar.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Do you have any idea what that is, or?
God, I mean, I'm the only thing I can think of is Final Exam.
Nah, that's not the one. It's not Final Exam. I know that movie like somewhat well. I've seen that a couple of times at least.
Yeah, then
it's not that one. It's a pretty obscure movie, but I have heard other people talk about it before. Yeah, I think I randomly watched it like on YouTube once because that's one good thing about YouTube. Like, there's so many of these random 80s slashes and stuff, and some of them haven't even been ported over to DVD, so it's like a good way to be able to see some of that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see here. Austin has the Mill Creek Blu-ray of The New Kids. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I streamed that on Prime or something and thought it was okay. It didn't blow my ass away. Have you seen The New Kids from the 80s?
Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times. It's directed by Sean S. Cunningham, that.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And I believe James Spade is in it. I think it's like an early role from him, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I remember thinking it was an okay film. Isn't Tom Atkins like their dad or something in that movie? I swear, like, he's their dad and he's got like a military background or something like that. That rings a bell, but yeah, I haven't seen it for quite a while.
Yeah,
I remember digging it. It wasn't a bad film. It was alright.
I can't really remember. Looks like Jason agrees with you. Hills Have Eyes remake is actually one of the best remakes of the last 20 years. A thumbs up for Jason, he says.
Yeah, I totally second that. Great remake. I mean, and this probably even be a little even more controversial, but I also think the remake of Last House on the Left is way better too. I mean, I don't think it's a perfect, I don't think it's a great film, but to be honest, I didn't see the original until it got released on DVD back in '02 or '03 or something like that here in Australia, and I didn't really see what the big deal was. I mean, it's got some shocking scenes in it, but I think it's kind of a terrible movie, I think.
Okay. Austin says the first time he's... What?
You a fan of the original, or?
Well, yeah, but maybe it has something to do with the fact that I saw it as a teenager, and different generations. I know that the guy who I started this channel with, wasn't a fan of the music. I think the music's, good in it that David Hess wrote for the movie, wrote and performed in the movie. I mean, it could be generational differences, or, I saw it when I was younger. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't, some people like things and some people don't. That's okay.
Oh yeah, of course. I was just interested. Sorry.
Oh, you were just I mean, I think it's I think it's effective, and I like the documentary feel to it. I think it's kind of like, for me, in Texas Chainsaw. I mean, it for me it feels like it's real, and it's I think it does.
Oh yeah, I love the original. We've spoken about that a few times. I love the OG. Yeah, Chainsaw is awesome. I don't know. For me, There you go.
No, that's all right. I'll read his comment. You can finish your thought about Last House.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was about to say, yeah, yeah, yeah. For me, like, yeah, it's not the documentary feel about the film that puts me off. I don't know. I don't know. Just I don't know. There's something about the film that just didn't click with me. I don't know really what it is. Which is kind of strange because like I'm a fan of a lot of those, like early '70s like exploitation flicks and that. Like, it's not a film I put on every day, but even I Spit on Your Grave. I don't mind that film. That's got like a very documentary feel about that. But then again, that was one that I saw at a pretty young age. So um, yeah. And the music, I did remember thinking that the music was kind of strange. I'm thinking this doesn't really fit, like, but yeah, I think I've only ever seen the film once. I don't know, and that was like I guess about 20 years ago. So I don't know if maybe if I watched it nowadays, maybe my opinion would differ a little bit.
Yeah,
You never know.
it's very possible. Let me just do a little bit of chat. Austin says the first time he saw Halloween was on that Blockbuster Presents VHS. Yeah, you probably don't know down in Australia, but for a while, Halloween in the 90s, you really you couldn't before DVD and stuff. You couldn't even get it in North America. And at some point I don't know if it was after Scream came out. I would imagine possibly that. At some point, Blockbuster, the video store chain, actually distributed the original Halloween on VHS for a few years before it probably wasn't. Well, I don't know if they were still doing, because I know the DVD came out in '97, so maybe they were still putting the VHS out while Anchor Bay was putting out the DVD. I don't know. But Austin says, "What about Hills Have Eyes Part 2 from 2007? There was a Wes Craven." Oh yeah, and what about what about? Oh, it's kind of a double question. What about Wes Craven's sequel from '85, Jesse?
I'm not 100% sure if I've seen that movie. I think once. I do know that it gets heavily criticized for being like mainly about kids on dirt bikes, and the mutants make like a brief cameo or something. That's sort of like what what my understanding of the film from what I've heard on certain podcasts and stuff. And yeah, going back to what you said about Halloween, yeah, that really wasn't, as far as I remember, like a thing here in Australia. Like I remember seeing Halloween on the video shelves, from like a very young age. So yeah, I don't know if that was why that was such a big thing in America, but really wasn't a thing here. Or the same with Evil Dead. Like I know the original Evil Dead, like a lot of people couldn't track that down in the States. But yeah, it was pretty much on the video shelves of every video store I ever went to in the horror section.
Oh, I guess maybe we're talking more about buying a VHS.
Oh, buying it? Oh, I thought you meant like you couldn't even rent it.
Oh
I've
no,
heard that too. I've heard like people even had trouble trying to rent like the original Halloween, like in the early '90s and stuff.
yeah, that could be possible. I mean, if a tape gets damaged and there's no way to replace it, I guess it could even be difficult to rent it as well.
Yeah, I didn't know very many people like in the '90s that owned like a large collection of original tapes. Only like one of my buddies who was like my dad's friend as well, which is he's quite a bit older than me, but he had a lot of original tapes, but he's really the only person I knew who did. Because like I mean back then wasn't it like $100 plus sometimes for a lot of tapes? Like it was crazy. Like I remember he had like he owned Ferris Bueller on VHS, and I remember borrowing it off him once, and he's like, just make because I was a kid at the time, I was like probably maybe like 12 or something, and he's like, just make sure you look after this tape. Like I know you will, but just make sure, because like it cost me like $120 I think he said to buy it. Like back in like the late '80s or whatever.
Holy gosh. Have you?
And now you go to a store and get it on the DVD for like $10.
Yeah, that's
Funny
one.
that.
That's one thing that changed for the better. Have you seen the sequel to the Hills Have Eyes remake?
Yeah, I've seen that at least once. I remember thinking it was okay. Like, it was very kind of cheaply put together as far as I remember, but I remember thinking it was okay for what it was. I mean, it wasn't as good as the first one, but I thought the story was interesting. Like, I remember reading about the story, like the plot before the movie came out, how it was like about like a group of soldiers and stuff that like run into the mutants, and I always thought that was kind of interesting. It was sort of like, I guess, a little bit like Aliens in a way. Yeah, I saw it once and I remember thinking it was okay. I wouldn't mind revisiting that one day. It's been quite a while since I've seen that, but the remake, I watch that at least every couple of years or so. Yeah, I really dig that movie.
Jason says there's a number of high quality 1970s made for TV horror / suspense films. Lots of buried treasures of a different era. Yeah, that's for sure. Austin says the Mill Creek Blu-rays are pretty decently priced. I think he's referring to the Blu-ray he's got of the New Kids. He also says, yeah, Tom Atkins was the dad in New Kids. Austin says, I've got that Arrow limited edition of Last House on the left. That's the definitive set of that movie in his opinion. Jason says, Last House on the left, the original, has an amazing soundtrack. It should have been released years ago. Maybe it was. Yeah, I actually bought it from David Hess's website back in, I think, 2004. I got a CD of it that he sold himself. I don't know if it was ever officially released, but I bought it from David Hess's own website, and along with like an autographed. I was disappointed that the autographed photo was like a computer printout from a still of the movie, but at least it was a David Hess autograph. So I'm lucky enough to have a CD of the music that he did for Last House on the Left. So that's pretty cool. I don't know. Yeah, I searched it a little bit a couple months ago. I think it may have since been put out on CD kind of more or less officially, but who the hell knows? Austin says, damn, he's getting heavy hail outside where he is in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Let me just finish this chat here. Jason says, Anchor Bay put out several VHS versions of the original Halloween, like 5 different versions. One was a double VHS limited set numbered. Yeah, they Mill Creek really, or Anchor Bay rather, really milked Halloween on VHS and DVD. Austin says, Jason's sum, the Arrow Blu-ray set has the Last House soundtrack included as a CD bonus. That's awesome. And Jason says to Austin, stay dry. He's got a worried face, and we're caught up.
Yeah, that's a lot to unpack there, eh?
Yep, that's one of the disadvantages of having a huge YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, your numbers may grow a little bit. I've gotten a little bit of interest since I started sharing the episodes coming out next week. So yeah.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Just a heads up for everyone. Next Friday the 13th, we're going to be publishing our 4.5-hour talk about the first Friday the 13th film. So that'll be fun for all you Friday the 13th fanatics.
That's got to be something close to a record. I think there's only one other podcast I can think of that had a show that was that long on just like one of the Friday films. So
yeah,
there's a lot we talk about in that episode that should be of interest to hardcore Friday fans.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, we pretty much covered everything I could think of. And what's cool about that talk is there wasn't. I don't know what it was for you, but there wasn't anything afterwards that I'm like, damn it, I forgot to mention. I mean, for me, I pretty much.
There has been a couple of things. There's a couple of things. I don't think I mentioned.
Damn it!
I wanted to mention like how much like the film grossed and stuff. I think that's a small thing, I guess, but.
Oh yeah,
that's one of the only things I can think of. Or like maybe how many, like, well, I know we talked about the kills, but like how many kills there were, or all that sort of stuff. I know we touched on that, but yeah, it's pretty hard to mention everything.
Right. Yeah.
Even in 4 hours, like something's gonna be left out. But like, yeah, for something that I've wanted to do like for years, like almost since like I started listening to podcasts, and like that's going back to like '07. So I'm pretty happy with the way the episode turned out.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty interested in hearing what you have to say about the second, it being your favorite of the franchise. So that'll be something. What do you think? Is that going to be 12 hours?
Maybe 20.
20 hours.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably going to give the first movie a run, probably in runtime. Maybe, I mean, who knows? Because it is my favorite. So there's a fair bit. Then there's just in general. I mean, that movie's a pretty interesting entry in the series. Like, there's quite a bit of like behind the scenes stuff to talk about. It's pretty interesting. Well, I think it's interesting. So yeah.
All right, very cool. Let me do a little bit of chat. Jason says, oh, really had no idea about the Arrow Blu-ray release that came with the CD, I think he's referencing. And Austin says, yeah, it's the complete score. Austin says to Jason, it's only the limited edition Blu-ray release, though. Jason says, I'm 50% sure he's got it, so maybe he's got it and he didn't even know it. Austin says, the Arrow set of Last House says it has the uncompressed original mono. Okay, very cool. So I'm caught up on chat once again.
Yeah, I was going to mention before, wasn't Last House like one of the only movies that David Hess did? Like, I think he did like one other movie or something, if I remember correctly. Like, I don't pretend to know that much about him or his career, but I have heard that somewhere before, that he didn't really work that much. Like, I know after, I don't think he did much after it.
I think, no, he did quite, well, I don't know how much he did, but he did at least 2 other roles that were kind of like, mirrored the role he did in Last House on the Left, and then he was in Wes Craven's Swamp Thing movie. He was in some stuff as the years went on, but I don't know how many movies he did. He was in this one movie, Italian movie called Hitchhike, I reviewed on the channel, and he was also in a movie called House on the Edge of the Park, which I think is, those 2 movies, I think he kind of plays the same character that he played in Last House. And then I know he's in Swamp Thing and possibly other things. I don't know his filmography that well, but he also directed that Christmas horror movie, whatever the hell it's called. I want to say I heard you talk about it, or maybe it was someone else, but I think it's called To All a Good Night, I want to say, from 1980 or something.
I don't think I've seen that. I have heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it.
That's like an early Christmas slasher.
Yeah, I get it. That, yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I've never actually seen Swamp Thing. I do need to get around to watching that one day. Adrian Barbeau, I think, is in that too. Isn't she?
Yeah, and Harry Manfredini music.
Oh, okay, interesting. Didn't know that. Another thing that's sort of interesting about his character in Last House is his character's name is Krug, like Kruger.
Oh,
I'm sure you've thought of that. But,
actually, I actually haven't.
Really? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I come up with that on my own either. I think I heard it somewhere else, like someone mentioned it, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, yeah, especially since Craven was involved. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that just reminds me of something. A little side note I'll just mention. Beth and I go to this mom and pop independently or locally owned restaurant around this area every now and then, and they've got all these old pictures from black and white pictures from just the vicinity and stuff of families and this and that going back to the 1800s and stuff. And there's this one picture of this one guy standing in the driveway or whatever from, I want to say I don't know, it's either late 1800s or early 1900s. And, they put everyone's name, they write a separate piece of paper underneath each photo and indicate people's names and the year and stuff. And it says Fred Krueger. We always get a laugh when we're sitting by that photo. It's like Fred Krueger. It's like pretty funny. But let's see here. Austin says, I think he's talking about the Blu-ray, the Arrow Video Blu-ray Last House. It says Orion Pictures on the back. Did they release Last House during its theatrical release? Well, we can only assume so. Austin says, have you seen Return of Swamp Thing? That was a fun sequel. Yeah, I saw that. I've got the DVD of that as well. That's got Heather Locklear in it. I don't know if you knew that, Jesse, but Return of Swamp Thing.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Heather Locklear.
I miss Orion. I miss Orion pictures, like Orion and Perelko and Canon.
Well, Canon definitely.
Always a really cool logo.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But, I've seen the Orion. I don't get it. I've seen the Orion logo in some recent movies, like the Child's Play remake, and I want to say some other things of recent.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you're right about that.
So, does that mean Orion is, hanging on there? I can only assume so.
Oh, I don't know. It's probably, some production house has, bought the rights just to use the name. I'd imagine. I don't think they would still be around as a functioning company. It's been decades, as far as I know, that they released the movie. It's like they did the same sort of thing with TriStar. Doesn't Columbia own TriStar? I'm pretty sure that I've seen some somewhat modern films in the last 10, 15 years that have had that TriStar logo on there too.
Yeah, it might be something like that. Just we like the Orion logo, and since the company doesn't exist anymore, we can use it. I don't know.
Well, the same sort of thing with Vestron. Vestron doesn't exist really anymore, does it? But,
you know what it is? Yeah, it's
kind of brought it.
I think over the years, what is now Lionsgate, I think Vestron kind of just, I don't know, it's like they keep changing or whatever, and I think whatever, Lionsgate is now, Vestron was or something. It's kind of like maybe if they changed the names of the companies over years, so I think pretty much Lionsgate now is what Vestron, I freaking don't know. Who knows?
Does that really count, though? I don't know. It's probably not even the same.
Not really.
People involved. So.
Yeah, no, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Jason says The Boys Next Door and The New Kids both have a lot in common flicks. Boys Next Door is very underrated and dark. New Kids, directed by Sean Cunningham. Austin says Orion put out Return of the Living Dead. He also says Orion put out their own Blu-ray of Child's Play remake. It was a legit Orion Blu-ray. Yeah, that's why we're confused. Austin says Orion came back. It's not just them using the logo. They're just starting over again in slow in progress. Oh, and slow in progress. So that's interesting. Orion has been reborn. That's kind of interesting. But kind of like Jesse says, does it count if it's completely different people? One could argue.
Yeah. I don't know. Sort of like how you go.
I didn't really have anything. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's not the same thing, but it's sort of like that video you made some months ago about how the guy that owns the Higgins Haven Ranch that's in Friday 3, how he's going to rebuild the house.
Oh, yeah.
And it's well, is it really the same thing anymore? All right, it's a replica, and it's still pretty cool, but it's still not exactly the same thing, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. That is kind of a conundrum, but I think I think it's fair to say that it probably will bring some people out to check it out, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind checking it out one day for sure. I mean, just for the barn alone would be cool, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but from what I've heard, like, it can be quite difficult to get onto that location. Like, there was one guy that who made a video. Who went out there, and the guy told him that he was going to rebuild the house, and I think that might have been where like it got announced, because that was the first place I ever heard about it. And I talked to a few people I know online about it. No one else knew about it, so I think it was I don't know if you ever heard of him, but I think his channel's called Scott on Tape. I think pretty sure it was him. He went out there and did a video, and apparently like it took like 2 years, like from back and forth of emailing the guy to arrange a time when he could go out there.
Yeah, that's dedication.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
There was a time when my dad and I, kind of the last year, actually was just God, I think it was 4 or 5 weeks before he passed, or something like that, or a couple months or whatever. But we went out to. If anyone, just as a heads up, if you want to go on a vacation, do it while you're healthy and don't wait until you're. Anyway, so my dad and I went out to California during a couple of the last months of his life, and I tried to find some stuff like the Halloween houses and stuff. I couldn't really find them, and I also tried to go to that studio that they filmed Friday 3, and I guess I was kind of stupid thinking I'd be able to get in there, but I don't know if I was at the right place or not. I may have been, because I mean, obviously it's kind of like a normal studio where there's a freaking kind of a not necessarily a gate, but there's a little building with the security at the entrance. So we kind of, if I was at the correct place, then it's not like you can get in there unless you're on the frickin' list or whatever. So I don't know if I was at the correct place or not, but wherever we ended up, we drove up to the the front whatever, and just like, we didn't try to get in. I was just like, oh well, this ain't gonna work. So we just kind of turned around. But I've always wondered if we were actually at the spot or not. But the surrounding, the whatever trees and stuff looked kind of similar, so we very well may have been there, but kind of a bummer.
What year was that?
2010.
Okay, I'm surprised you didn't do a bit of research beforehand, because YouTube was a thing around that time. And did you try Googling where the Halloween house is and that sort of stuff, or did you just kind of?
Yeah, I mean, I can remember. I thought I was doing some research. I'm pretty sure I thought I found them and then didn't. And I mean, I don't know. When you've got other things on your mind, like your dad's situation, and so these days I'd probably do more research. It was kind of like, I think I could remember thinking I found them on online and stuff, and I don't know. It's okay.
Well, the Halloween house isn't even where it originally was. They moved it. They moved the entire house. It's I think it's next to a train crossing now, I think it is, and it's a dentist's office or something like that now. So it's not even in its original location. It's down the road a bit.
Yeah, when I was saying Halloween house, I guess I was kind of vague. I was talking about the babysitting houses across the street from each other. Yeah, I was vague.
Okay. Yeah, well, those houses would be a challenge to find now, because they're still there. The owners have kind of done what they can to change the look of them. So they don't look like they did in 1978.
God, I hate when people. Isn't that stupid? We talked about that before in a past week, where people people end up in a famous movie house and then they gotta change it and shit. God, it's such a shame that movie fans can't get. I don't know, but maybe if you were living in a famous house, even as a movie fan, maybe you wouldn't want the. Well, here's your what's your take on that? If you were able to to live in, the nightmare house or anything, I mean, would you get annoyed with people coming to look at the house, or how would you feel if you lived in a famous horror movie house?
I mean, my initial reaction to that is like, hell yeah, like of course I would want it. But I don't know, like how I'd feel about. I think it might get old. You know what I mean? Like after a year or something, if it's like, 10 times a day, like people are stalking around your front yard. You know what I mean? I'm a pretty kind of private guy in some ways, not like extremely or anything, but like just in general, yeah. Like there's been a few times when I've kind of found people out in the front of my house, like kind of perusing, and I'll walk out there and be like, yeah, can I help you? Like, they may be there for whatever reason, but I don't know. Like I kind of, I don't know. Like at first, I think it'd be like a big friggin' high, like I'd have a big geekgasm about like, holy shit, I live in the Elm Street house, but I could see how it would get annoying after a while. I'd probably I don't know, like even with this idea, I just like off the cuff just came up with like, I'd kind of probably be cool maybe if like maybe once a year or something I could have like a tour, like let some people in and have a look at the house, but then it's like, you don't want people stealing your shit, I guess, there's kind of that problem. You kind of almost have to empty out the house like before you do it, and that'd be pretty annoying, I guess. Like the Elm Street house to own and all, but like for me, I'd probably much rather have like the Jarvis residence. You know what I mean? Because like with that house, it's kind of like it's almost in the middle of nowhere, so I don't think you get onlookers too much. You know what I mean? Like you probably, maybe a handful of people a year would like probably come by, which wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, I've thought about that as the years went on, just having a ball with Final Chapter. Just how cool would that be to actually have that house? Oh my God.
And that looks like, from what I can tell, it looks still exactly the same almost. Like down to like they even mentioned like in documentaries like how the owners like kept like the little dings and stuff and the oil frames and stuff of like the machete and all that sort of stuff. So when like Trish's swinging the machete at Jason and stuff, which is pretty cool. And that house actually appears in a few other things. It's in a couple episodes of Entourage. I don't know if you know what Entourage is, but there's a couple episodes where the main characters are living in that house. It's actually in one of the Hellraiser movies briefly. It's in a few things. Eraser. There's like one moment in Eraser where you see it.
Yeah, and I guess they redid that one kill of that one chick from Friday 7, and there's some
That's true, yeah.
shots in Friday 7, which is crazy, and it's interesting how that the house appears in that movie, because I don't know if I'm pretty sure we've talked about it briefly, how there's a kind of a parallel between 4 and 7, because they both have like the two different the family house and then the party house, so it's interesting.
Yeah, from what I've heard, like Frank Mancuso pretty much said to them, just like watch part 4 and rip it off.
Oh wow!
From what I've heard when they did part 7, I've always thought that was extremely interesting. Like how they went back to that one particular house and shot that. It's like you could almost do that anywhere, It's sort of like, was it that it makes me think, was that a conscious decision? You know what I mean? Like, was that like someone that worked on the film who was like a big Friday fan and was like, yeah, we should go shoot this at this location? Or was it like just purely they needed a location, that location was available, and they already had like a prior existing relationship with the owners of that location, so it was sort of easy to acquire it again, which is probably what happened, I guess.
Yeah, one could assume the same people lived there from Final, it was only a few years between Final Chapter and New Blood, so yeah, it must be the already existing working relationship.
Yeah.
So let me just do a little bit of chat back when we were talking about Swamp Thing. Jason says, fun fact, there's an alternate cut of Swamp Thing with Adrienne Barbeau topless. The scene was removed but ended up on various import versions of Swamp Thing. Die-hard fans want the uncut footage. Yeah, I've actually got the DVD with the toplessness, and there's not only Adrienne Barbeau topless, but there's some other like just random blonde towards the end when the one evil bad guy is having some party or whatever. There's some topless blonde, just nondescript blonde at that party. So that's definitely the cut of Swamp Thing to own. I've actually got the Scream Factory Blu-ray, and it's a bummer that, of course, it's not that fun version with the toplessness. It's the boring version. But I've got the DVD with the toplessness. So that's fun. Austin says Orion has put out more films recently, just not that many. Not sure if it's the same people, but it might be combined with new people. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. It's kind of interesting how you just randomly have like the Orion logo appearing here and there. I want to say it was before the more recent, whatever the hell you want to call it, remake or whatever, requel of The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Have you seen that, Jesse?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, it's kind of Scream-esque, that movie, like especially the ending. Like I won't go on the. I mean, I don't know, it's like a 10-year-old movie now, but probably someone out there that hasn't seen it. But yeah, the ending kind of like I reckon kind of screams Scream.
It kind of screams Scream, yeah.
Yeah, like it really kind of does. Yeah, it's a decent flick. The original's kind of like a haunting watch. That also has like that documentary feel about it too, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think that was done by the guy who had formerly done and had great success with Legend of Boggy Creek, and that was pretty much done the exact same way.
Is it Mary Ann from Gilligan's Island, like in the original? I'm pretty sure she gets killed in it or something.
Yeah, I can't remember if she gets killed, but she's in the first one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Adrienne Barbeau, she's pretty stacked, that woman, eh? She's got a lot of boobage to go around.
Yeah, have you seen that version of Swamp Thing with the toplessness?
No, like I said, I've never seen.
Oh shit! You've never seen any version? Okay, I forgot.
No. But I did. Yeah, a few nights ago, I watched Escape from New York with a buddy. He'd never seen it, and like that was a killer, like push-up bra they gave Adrienne Barbeau in that movie. Like her tits are just like perfectly symmetrical in that movie.
I'm assuming
it's kind of like to the point where it's like it's distracting almost.
I'm assuming you've heard the commentary in that one shot where they're all walking out of that building. I think Kurt Russell says everyone could have been doing somersaults and jumping jacks, and no one would have been paying any attention.
Yeah, I have heard that commentary with Kurt and Carpenter, but it's been years. But they really do some great commentaries, them too. Like when they get together, like it's kind of funny, like they've kind of just been paid to hang out and see each other, like, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Their commentary on the things.
Yeah, commentary on the thing is good. Where, they are really good commentary together. They must have. Let's see here. Did they do Big Trouble in Little China commentary?
Possibly. I wouldn't be able to confirm that really, because to be honest, I'm not really a fan of that movie. I only ever saw it once, but I don't know. I thought it was too silly in a way. I don't know, because I think of Kurt as like a real badass, you know what I mean? And he's playing like this real goofball character, and it's like, man, I want him to take it seriously. But it's been years since I've seen it. Maybe my opinion might change on that one if I rewatched it too. But.
Yeah, I actually saw that in the theater, first run theater. That's how old I am.
Oh, okay, nice.
But
actually, funny enough, there's a small theatre I know of where they're actually going to show the original Friday in next Friday. So we're
Oh,
thinking about maybe going to that.
oh, damn. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that'd be something to go to. Yeah, congrats. That'd be fun. Just the first one, I'm assuming?
Yeah, just the first one. I wish it was at least the first couple, but yeah, just the first.
Well, that sounds cool. What the hell was I going to say? I can't remember. That's okay.
Any chat?
I'm caught up, amazingly. I was just going to
Okay,
take a
nice.
look. See, yeah, I'm seeing 3 listeners. So, yeah.
Um, any recent watches for you? You want to discuss or?
I can't really think of anything. I don't know if you're aware that someone on the Nate and Beth show suggested Session 9, and we watched that and didn't really love it. So that's the most recent watch of a movie that I've never seen. Have you seen Session 9?
Yeah, I've seen it once. I didn't really care for it either. Like I know there's like it's got its fan base, and there's a lot of people that say, "Oh, it's so creepy." Like it's one of the most like creepy movies ever made, and it kind of bored me to be honest. Yeah, I didn't really think much of it either.
Isn't that interesting how, there's just so many different movies and so many different, movie fans? I find that interesting.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it interesting. Like we can't all like the same things, and if we did, it'd be boring. Like disagree on everything. Well, then what's the
Yeah.
friggin' point? You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Yeah, I'd say that's very true. Jason says John Carpenter and Kurt Russell did a commentary on everything except Elvis and Escape from L.A.
Elvis would be what I wouldn't mind hearing, because I'm a fan of that film, and I'm just a fan of Elvis in general. So that'd be cool to hear. I hope they do that one day before Carpenter leaves us.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still around with his chain smoking. Shit.
Yeah, like it's kind of funny in it, like, um, like at least like Wes Craven seemed like a dude that looked after himself better than Carpenter, and he's been on quite a while. He had like brain cancer, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I have no idea, but what are your thoughts on Escape from L.A.? I don't imagine you're too big of a fan of it.
No, I actually enjoy that one.
Oh,
I've only
okay.
seen it once. I didn't see it until just like about maybe 3-4 years ago when I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I had a short-lived podcast a few years ago with a buddy, the one I spoke about, who's was mine and my dad's friend, and he was the only one that I knew that would own like original videotapes back in the day. But we did a Carpenter retrospective, and we talked about a lot of Carpenter's films, and I'd never seen that, so I got around to watching it, and I really thought I wasn't going to care for it, but like I think going into it knowing what it was going to be really helps, and I had fun with it for what it was, to be honest. Funny little behind the scenes moment with that. I don't know if you remember, but Bruce Campbell's in that movie.
Yeah.
And when he met, I'm pretty sure it was the first time him and Kurt Russell had ever met. And apparently, Kurt just walked up to Bruce and just said to him, "Say work shed."
Oh, you wanted to hear him say
Always,
Work Shed, Evil Dead
yeah,
2.
work shed. Yeah, Evil Dead 2, yeah. So, I always thought that was pretty funny. Since that's like clearly, an ADR, dubbing in that movie.
Oh, yeah, it's like he didn't say, I don't think he really even said, did he even say anything? Or I guess it could be his thought.
Possibly not. Like, it's kind of hard to tell. His head's like moving back and forth so quickly that it's kind of hard to even know he's even talking. But probably, I would say probably not.
It could have just been his thought in his mind, I guess.
Yeah, I've never thought of that. Yeah, you could explain it that way. Yeah, that's true.
Jason says Romero also a major chain smoker, and I can confirm that Bill Rebane, although he's much less known than all these other guys, is also a chain smoker. It was really frustrating when these people who are chain smokers live so long, and my dad was like all into being healthy and fit, and he ends up leaving this horrible planet pretty early on. It's just kind of frustrating. It's just like, but I guess that's just what happens, I guess, or what can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe a lot of it comes down to genetics, to be honest. I
Yeah.
think it's just some people have a stronger constitution. They're not, their bodies just aren't as, vulnerable to certain things. I truly think that's what it really comes down to.
Well, yeah, I agree. I think that genetics and family history will have you be predisposed to it. It's like your fate has already been determined before you even exist based on your family's history.
Yeah, that's like my dad. Yeah, my dad, I wouldn't say he was a chain smoker, but he was a very heavy smoker. And like he died at like 50. So, yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry to hear that. It was I can remember you mentioning that, way back in chat before I was doing Skype calls, and yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. We both have the same kind of thing in that regard, I guess, or life experience.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'll never truly get over. I mean,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, me and my dad we're as close as two people could be, basically. Which sounds like the same sort of case with you and your old man. So yeah, I can definitely relate on that front for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, yeah, like there's a lot of things about myself that if it wasn't for my old man, I wouldn't even be like half the person I am. Like a lot of my personality and just my movie taste in general, all spawns from my dad. Like my dad was a Friday fan too, so even that comes from my dad. So I mean, a big part of me died along with him in a way. I sound like a downer, but it kind of did.
We're
it's life.
We're definitely in the same camp there. Then, I mean, for me, it was yeah, pretty depressed years for quite a while afterwards. Is just like
Yeah, I mean, I got to a point where, like, this might sound strange, but for probably like the first couple of years of, after my dad passed, I would forget that he wasn't here. Like, I'd wake up and like I'd be thinking of something, and I'd go to like talk to him about it, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, that's right, like he's not there.
what a fucking what a
kind of strange.
I know. I've had dreams just about just him showing up or whatever, like normal, and So I've had pretty much the same thing as well. Mine wasn't necessarily him, or having to be reminded when I'm awake that he's not here. But I've had dreams where he's just shown up, and then when you wake up, it's like, oh, the reality. So yeah, we pretty much sounds like experience the same kind of things. So. But I guess if I can move on, we've got a couple of chats. It looks like we've got he keeps changing his first. Well, he's been known as Wade Wilson for quite a long time. I just call him Wilson. He's now with us. He said, "Did Elvis Presley hate hippies? I seen in some Elvis videos on YouTube they made a claim he hated hippies and spoke out about the issues with drug culture in America. What do you know about that, Jesse? Anything?"
I've heard like a few kind of random things about that. I think he said that sort of thing about the Beatles at one point when he didn't know just a bunch of drugged out hippie kind of types. I think I think that was a little bit of he was a bit pissed off because they were outselling him at one point. But yeah, I just also wanted to quickly mention that I don't want to keep harping on about it, but I've had the same thing. I've had dreams. When my dad turns up at him and stuff. So, yeah, that's I actually kind of like that though, because that's sort of like a pleasant thing, man. But
Oh yeah,
yeah, the whole without yeah, I've heard little things about that man, which is kind of like a really big contradiction though, because like the dude was on a lot of prescribed meds himself, but he kind of had the thought pattern of like, oh, because they're from a doctor and they're legal, then they're okay. It's okay to take them. You know what I mean? But like a lot of the stuff that he was on, I'm pretty sure at least some of them are like illegal now. So, or you can't get them easily. So there is that.
yeah. I didn't mean to put an end to that topic so abruptly, but going back to it very briefly, to what you said. Yeah, I guess I can understand. Some of them dreams, I guess, depending on how and what context they are or whatever, can be, not the negative thing, but a good thing as well. So, or more so, which is,
Yeah.
uh,
The only negative one I had sort of was maybe like a couple of years after he passed, and I cleaned out his room, and like in the dream, like he just randomly came home one day, and he's like, "What have you done to my room? Where's all my stuff?" You know what I mean? I'm like, "It's your dead," and he's like, "No, I'm not. Look, I'm right here." Like that was kind of a bit of a downer.
oh
But
man,
yeah, but most of the dreams I've had have been pretty pleasant. And the funny thing is about my dad is I don't know, like it's gonna sound totally biased because like he's my dad, but the guy in some ways was kind of larger than life. Like people, I don't even bring him up, and a lot of people just like that knew him and stuff would will bring him up and stuff. And I don't know, he's kind of a special guy. My dad, like everyone, kind of really liked him. It was rare that you met someone that he didn't get along with, but yeah, he was my hero. Yeah, and I don't even just say that just because he's my dad. Even he's kind of just that sort of dude, I guess.
yeah, that's a bummer. I mean, what ended up
Yeah,
happening?
yeah, it's sort of weird too, because I remember like even from a very young age, like I'm talking like 5 or 6. I remember like times like being in bed and like struggling to go to sleep, like from just like worry of like what am I going to do one day when my dad's not here anymore, like. And I don't know, I kind of always in the back of my mind kind of knew that he wasn't going to live a long life, and even my dad himself said that he's like I'm not going to be here for a really long time. Even he would say it sometimes. It's just like he kind of knew. And to be honest, yeah, I spent as much time as I could with my dad. Like I would blow off friends like pretty regularly sometimes because I'd rather hang out with my dad. There was nothing against them or anything. And sometimes they'd be like, like don't you want to go to the party and that? And it's like, oh yeah, but I'd just rather hang out with my dad. I'll go to the next one, sort of thing. And don't get me wrong, like I did plenty of that stuff too. But I never forgot about my dad. That's just the sort of dude I was. And I think that's a big thing in families in general. I think it kind of sucks, when a lot of kids they grow up and stuff, and they're, depending on obviously the sort of relationship they have with their folks, that if they're close with their parents, and then like they become like an adult, like 18, and they kind of just move out, like wave them goodbye, like see ya at Christmas time. Like I think that's pretty shitty. I think.
Well, absolutely. I mean, especially if you get along. I mean, there's a lot of people that I guess as they get older, they maybe could care less about their family. But I mean, if you get along, or in our cases, love our family or whatever. You're right. Just like moving out and just seeing them on a holiday or something was pretty lame. It's like family.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we can head over to a more cheerier subject, I guess.
Yeah, that's I'm right with you. So let me just do a little bit of chat here. Joe or Wilson says, didn't Elvis die from drugs, or was it just a heart attack because of health issues and not drug related? How did Elvis die?
Well, I don't want to get all conspiracy theories and all that sort of stuff, for
But
the rest of the show. But
right.
sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
I said I understand. Yeah, I guess maybe we'll
yeah.
never know.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't mind discussing. I was just going to say, but I mean, for me, like I don't know, like for some people, this might seem laughable or whatever. Like, yeah, and there's like a lot of stories out there about like a lot of celebrity death hoaxes and that, like with Tupac and like even Michael Jackson and like heaps of them, right? Like there's even people that try to say like the Kurt Cobain's still walking around, you know. But Elvis is the one that I think it's quite possible that he may have faked his death. I've thought that for a long time. There's evidence. There's even a bit of evidence to suggest that. I mean, the going story is that the guy had a heart attack, I believe it was, while he was sitting on the toilet. So, but there is some inconsistencies with his death.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I've heard tell that there is. I don't watch TV myself, but I've heard that in recent years or decades in North America on TV, there's been commercials like for some alcoholic beverage or something where it shows like some, an island full of supposed, long dead celebrities that are all just chilling out on some island drinking this alcoholic beverage. So I mean, there could be like celebrity islands, or maybe it's them putting a little bit of or hinting towards a possible reality in our world with that little funny commercial.
Yeah, I've heard about things like that. You've also got to realize, like, when Elvis died, it was the late 70s. They didn't have the technology they have now. Like, I don't, with a man of his wealth, like, I don't think it would have been too difficult for him to slip away and change his appearance with a little bit of plastic surgery and go about his everyday life in a foreign country. You know what I mean? And I mean, you've also got to understand that. I mean, the guy, had a very different life before he was famous, and it got to a point where the guy couldn't leave his own house. And like that might be cool for a few years, getting all that attention, but after a while, I think you'd be looking for a way out. You know what I mean? And people even started telling him, like, Elvis, did you know that you're worth more dead than alive? And that's true. Like he's worth way more now than what he was at the time of his death. Like I think the Presley estate is like somewhere in the billions now, I think, or at least like close to $1 billion. And it's like he didn't even want to perform live sometimes. Like the Colonel, I don't know how much you know about Elvis, but his manager was the Colonel. You know that, yeah?
What do you mean? No, I don't.
Well, he was this. Yeah, he's business manager. What do you want to call him? He was this man that was known as the Colonel. Tom Parker, his name was, and he was actually a real prick to Elvis. Like it's pretty well generally known that he pushed Elvis into doing a lot of things that Elvis didn't want to do. Like as for instance, like all the Vegas shows and stuff that he had Elvis doing was pretty much to support his gambling habit, because he was like losing like $30,000 a night on the tables. The Colonel was, and that's like in 1970s money. And there's one story that I think was told by like, I think maybe Elvis's half brother, or might have been one of his bodyguards, like Red West or something. But I had heard it somewhere that there was one time, I think it was one of the Vegas shows. The Colonel went up to Elvis's room, and I think Red West opened the door, and Colonel goes, "Where's Elvis?" And he opened the door and he goes, "Look, he's passed out on the bed. Can't get him up." And the Colonel goes, "No, you got to get him up." He goes, "I can't. He's out cold." And the Colonel looked at him and he goes, "Nothing else matters except getting that man up and getting him on that stage tonight." So the Colonel made a couple of guys pick Elvis up and dip his head into the sink full of ice cold water to revive him. That's how much of a prick this guy was, And it's something that's not talked about too much nowadays. And I know in the new movie that's coming out, I don't know if you know that, but there's a new Elvis movie coming out, and Tom Hanks is playing the Colonel, and even the trailer, like it talks about like how some people would say I'm the villain of this story, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like you definitely are. Like he was a prick, but yeah, I mean, there's even there was this guy a few years ago that claimed he was Elvis, right? And there was this guy who was like his doctor or something that was like, claiming that he was also he confirmed this guy was actually Elvis, and they actually got some of this guy's DNA and like matched it against like Elvis's DNA. They had some like hair or something like that. They had some of his DNA, and it didn't match. So it turned out this guy wasn't Elvis, right? But the funny thing is, they matched the DNA of Elvis from when he was alive to the DNA from his autopsy, and they didn't match. So it's like, why does the DNA DNA from his body that was taken when Elvis was on the slab, why doesn't that match the DNA from when he was alive? That's pretty weird. I mean, and that's just one thing. I mean, there's a fair few things that pretty fishy about the circumstances that surround his death.
Well, very cool. Jason says this was a while ago before you even brought up Elvis DNA. I don't know what this comment means, but he says DNA plays into how you turn out meet Amy Steele at a con. 12 years she aged flawless. Oh, he's talking about when we're talking about you just family history and DNA and being predisposed to whatever this and that. Okay, so it plays into how Amy Steele can be at a con 12 years, aged flawlessly, look better now than in Friday the 13th, part 2. I hear you. Jason says he was high. Oh,
yeah, she's old. But...
You agree? Amy Steele's aging well.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell she's gotten older, but like for a woman that's like, I think she's almost mid-60s now. Like she looks pretty good. I mean, I don't want to brag myself, but I mean, I get told quite a bit that I don't look my age.
Oh, that's right.
But, I think a lot of it is.
They don't let you into R-rated movies, do they?
Well, yeah. What was it, like 2 years ago? I had a bit of a trouble getting into Mortal Kombat. Yeah, like the usher at the door wanted to see my ID. I just looked at him and I'm like, dude, you're an idiot or what? Like, I'm in my 30s, dude. And he looked at me, like, shaking his head, and he's like, well, you don't look that way. And I'm like, look, dude, I just want to go watch the movie. Just leave me alone, all right? And I just walked past him with my buddy, and my buddy was, like, laughing about it the whole time.
It's funny, like, a woman would probably love that, and a guy maybe not so much.
I mean, it's kind of cool, because, like, I guess when I actually am kind of old, I guess I still probably hopefully look, decent, But yeah, Amy still looks pretty good, and so does Adrian King. She looks pretty good still too.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe when you're 60, you can get into a movie without being harassed.
Yeah, that's hope. Yeah, that's even if we're allowed to still go to movies by that point. It's even if there's movie theaters, or if movies haven't been outlawed completely because, or anything you do is just like it's not woke enough.
Yeah, very well could be. Let me just do a little bit of chat here. Let's see here. Jason says, oh, I guess this is Elvis again. He was high out of his mind when he met up with Nixon, demanding to be an FBI agent, a flaming lunatic. We've actually, I don't know if he's still here, but I think this is the first time we've seen Hayden Jones Media. He says hi. That was probably a long time ago. He may no longer be with us. Jason says Elvis was a typical Southern mama's boy. Jason loves Elvis, but he was a mess of hypocrite. And Wilson says, hello, Hayden. Has Hayden been here before? First time he's noticed that name. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we've seen Hayden. And if I could just continue on with some chat that's been piling up. Austin says, back to the Batman. I will say this about the Batman. It was closer to the original Bob Kane comics, where Batman is more of a detective. People are right. There's not a lot of action in the film. I can't remember. You've seen it, is that correct?
Yeah, I've said it a couple of times.
And what's your overall take? I mean, you've seen it more than once, so you must. I don't remember.
Yeah, I enjoy the film. I don't have an overwhelming love for it like some folks do. Like there are some folks that say it's
Oh yeah, best movie.
the best Batman movie ever, and I can't subscribe to that. But I think it's a decent film, but I think it does lack rewatchability to a certain extent. Like I have no desire now to watch it for probably a couple of years at least, or maybe even longer. Like could even be like 3 or 4 years before I ever watch it again. But it is like, if you're a Batman fan at all, I say it's definitely worth checking out at least once. But yeah, going back to what he was saying about Elvis, about Elvis being a hypocrite and that, like, but who isn't though? Everyone's a hypocrite, really. I mean, we all do that. It's kind of part of being human, you know what I mean? And we do it every day without even realizing it sometimes on a subconscious level, you know. And yeah, he was a mama's boy. And he what can you say? The dude loved his mum. You know what I mean? I mean, even me and you could relate on that from what we were just talking about before. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Where the hell am I? Wilson says he likes Batman 89 and Batman Returns a lot. More so Batman 89 because it still had a bit of Batman feel to it for him. He feels like Batman Returns turned it a little too Tim Burton-y for him. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like, I actually don't even really love Batman Returns because of that over Tim Burton-y aspect. I don't like the Penguin character, so I don't even watch.
Totally agree.
I don't watch Batman Returns very much. Which aspect do you agree with, the Penguin or the Tim Burton-y?
Well, at least as far as the Penguin goes, and yeah, like I don't mind like Tim Burton's style and stuff, but I just don't think it really goes too well with the world of Batman, and it really is prevalent in that movie. And I've never seen that movie in the theater when I was a kid. It would have been one of the first things. Yeah, but probably was among the first handful of movies I ever saw in the theater. And yeah, the 89 movie is the only one I haven't seen in the theater. It's original release. I've seen it like re-releases, but not in its original run. But yeah, I remember being a kid, like just kind of being confused by that movie, like thinking like this isn't like at all like the Penguin to me. You know what I mean? Like in a lot of ways. Like not to mention that he's just hard to look at in that movie. He's always got that black gooey shit like coming out of his mouth.
I hate that.
Ugh. Yeah, it's really hard to look at, and like don't get me wrong, like I'm a Christopher Walken fan, but I think he even feels like kind of out of place in the movie. I don't know. It's almost like it's like, does he know what movie he's in? You know, it's a Tim Burton movie, and Tim Burton's got a lot of wacky characters in his movie, but it's almost like Walken's like even too wacky for that movie, you know, in a strange kind of a way. To me, anyway, that's the way I see it. But, yeah.
Well, very cool. Where the hell am I? Wilson continues to say he doesn't know how to phrase it, but Batman Returns feels too much like a Tim Burton film, similar to Edward Scissorhands. It felt like Batman 89 had a slight different feel to it. Not saying I don't like Batman Returns, just saying I personally prefer 89 Batman. I'm right there with you, Wilson. I'm a big fan of 89 Batman as well. I'm pretty sure, was it Jesse? You're not too keen on 89 Batman because he's just not really. Who was it? Or maybe it was Matt who wasn't keen on 89 Batman.
Nah, that's not me. No, I really dig 89.
Oh, okay. That must have been Matt. Okay.
Probably my second favorite Batman movie after Batman Begins.
Yeah, I really liked the 89 one. I think that was a perfect blend of, you wouldn't necessarily know it's a Tim Burton movie. It was like a perfect blend of of Tim Burton's style into it. It wasn't too much.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a tricky thing with his style. I think sometimes it really works, and sometimes it can be a bit overbearing. I think it just kind of depends on what the project is. I think it just lends itself to certain projects easier than others. Like Batman, I don't think it does. But if it's something like Edward Scissorhands, I think it really is a good match for it. Like I really dig Edward Scissorhands. I really did that. I love movies, that like kind of riff on the whole Frankenstein thing. Like characters that are misunderstood and things like that. But I mean, I can see how it doesn't work for everybody. But
Well,
that's even another one that probably controversial but I prefer the Burton remake of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory to the original Willy Wonka film.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't like either of them.
Yeah, I thought you might not. Even as a kid, I saw it as a little kid, the original. I was like, this is okay, but I think it could be better. But that's just me.
Yeah.
But, Burton's made some films. I'm a big Pee Wee Herman Big Adventure fan. I love that movie. I was obsessed with the opening to that film as a kid. I remember the first 15 minutes of that film. I just kind of wanted to rewatch it over and over again, to the point where I think I wore that VHS copy out so bad.
So refresh my memory. Is it some kind of dream he's having? Is it in the first 15 minutes or what?
Yeah. He's having a dream where he's riding a bike and he's in the Tour de France.
Oh, okay.
And then the whole routine he goes through in his house, where he's got the machine that makes his breakfast, makes the pancakes and all that sort of stuff. Basically everything from the dream. Everything from the dream up until he leaves his house, that first 15 minutes, I was obsessed with that as a kid. But I also love the rest. Also love the rest of the film as well, though. That's actually Burton's first film, and I think it's classic. I'd go as far as to say it's still probably his best movie. Well, to me, it is probably. I mean, I like it more than '89 or. Pretty much almost anything he ever did.
He being Tim Burton?
Yeah, Tim Burton, yeah. I mean, he's got some, he's had some clankers. He's Planet of the Apes remake, I think, is pretty shit. I remember seeing that in the theater with my old man, and let's just say, we weren't pleased when we were walking out. Not to mention that I can't stand Mark Wahlberg. I think he's one of the worst actors to ever be put in front of the camera for the most part. The only film I've ever seen him be good in is Fear. He's actually decent in that film. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's a decent thriller where he plays the typical crazed boyfriend, crazy obsessed boyfriend character.
Oh, Fear.
Yeah, Fear, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't understand that when you said it the first time. Yeah, I got the DVD for $3. I've seen that once. I'd probably agree, that role is probably passable. But I hear you. He's one of those faces that in the names you just get so sick of seeing and hearing.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just ever since he was around, in the 90s, I never liked him. I just always thought he was a pretty bad actor.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Wilson says, well, Edward Scissorhands' character is similar. The Penguin character in Batman Returns, they made Penguin's character a misunderstood freak. Yeah, but I mean, Edward Scissorhands don't have black shit coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, exactly. I think Edward Scissorhands is, in my opinion, a way better put together character and a more likable character. I mean, I guess, Penguin wasn't really supposed to be likable, but at the same time, I like Danny DeVito and other things, but I can't look at him in that movie. I'm sorry, but it just makes me feel sick.
I know.
Every time. And that one scene where he bites that dude's nose off, or whatever, bites his nose, and that is just dude, way too much.
What about that nasty bit where he's got that, he's got that fish or whatever it is that he's like eating the inside out? It's just like, God, can they make this guy any grosser?
Yeah, 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 exactly. Like, I mean, that's like one of the like the positives about the new one. Like, the take of the penguin, and that's pretty good. He's like a gangster type, which is pretty cool. But yeah, he's really hard to take in that movie, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason says Boogie Nights is actually amazing. Mark Wahlberg best film. Have you seen that?
I've seen it a couple times. I actually was bored a few months ago, and it was just sitting there on Netflix. So I watched it just out of curiosity to see if my memory was the same as it. And there's things about the movie that I think are well done. You know what I mean? But his performance is not great though. I don't know. I just don't think the guy can act for the most part of it. You know what I mean? For most part of his career, he's been horrible in my opinion. I was actually kind of pissed when he was cast as Sully in the Uncharted movie. I was like, really? He's nothing like friggin' Sully from the Uncharted games. Like, 'cause I'm a big gamer, as you know, and Uncharted's like probably my second favorite game franchise of all time, and he's just nothing like that character. He kind of ruins the movie in a way.
Well, hell, that's a bummer. Wilson felt sorry for the Penguin's character. He felt it was sad as fuck when he died at the end. Maybe he's the only one that had a sensitive spot for Penguin.
I mean, like, his backstory is kind of tragic. I'll say that. Like, how he gets dumped and stuff by the way, that's Paul Rubens, aka Pee Wee Herman, who plays his dad at the beginning of it. And they pretty much dump him because they're a wealthy family and they don't want the shame of like a deformed kid. But that's pretty tragic, pretty sad. But it's just the rest of his portrayal of the character is just really hard to look at, dude. Like seriously, don't eat before you watch that movie or during that movie, or at least during. Like I don't know. It's funny, like there's. Like, I could probably eat, like, a steak sandwich watching, like, the OG Evil Dead movie. Probably no problem. But, I don't know. There's just something just really disgusting about that character in that movie to me.
Oh, I agree completely. And Wilson has some feedback about the Uncharted movie. He says it didn't feel like the game to him, and for him, everyone was miscast in it.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Holland, like, he was a passable Drake, and he kind of resembles a little bit of like the really young Drake that appears like in 3 and 4. But yeah, he's not who I would have cast. I think mainly they cast him like, I mean, yeah, he's a bit of a name now because of Spider-Man, but I think it's also because the guy is just physically really fit. Like, the guy's a gymnast and that, so yeah, he looks good and stuff. I think that's partly the reason. But I think for what it was, he did a decent enough job. But he's not who I would have cast if I had my druthers. Like, another thing is like my all-time favorite video game series is Metal Gear Solid. You've heard of Metal Gear Solid, Nate?
Are you saying Metal Gear Solid?
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know what it's about. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the biggest gaming guy.
Yeah, well, it's like what we were just talking about, Escape from New York and that. It's, pretty heavily based off that character that Kurt Russell plays, Snake Plissken.
Oh, okay.
Basically the same character in, the Metal Gear games. They actually, for years, they've been trying to make a Metal Gear movie. And it looks like it's finally coming together. And it's the dude, I can't remember his name, but like he plays Poe in Star Wars. He's a Hispanic actor, I think. And he's not Snake. I just can't see him pulling off Snake. I mean, I don't want to sound racist, but he's not even the same race as the character. Like, the character in the game is primarily, supposed to be half Japanese, half like American. Not Hispanic. Like, that's weird to begin with, and I just can't see this dude pulling off the role. So that was pretty disappointing hearing that. Farewell, yeah.
Bummer. Where the hell am I?
Scenes with video games. I just wanted to quickly say, just scenes with video game movies, they rarely get it right. Hey, like, it just seems like they almost deliberately fuck it up. Like, it's like they don't give a shit.
Have you seen the Super Mario Brothers movie?
Yeah, I have, unfortunately. Yeah, I actually got like a little bit of an interesting story about how I ended up seeing that movie. So, you want me to share it?
Yeah. Go ahead, go for it.
Or do you want to read chat first?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, good idea. I'll catch up on chat, and then you can share the story. I just don't want the chat to bring up other topics, but whatever. Maybe you can respond to chat topics if you want after your story. But Jason says Max Payne would have been good, but the story and cast ruined it. He also says you better not watch City of the Living Dead over the top gore. Well, I don't think he's got a problem with gore. He just don't like the black slime coming out of the penguin's mouth.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I mean, it's quite the opposite. I'm almost what you'd probably call a gore hound. I mean, I love slashers, for fuck's sake. Like, love Friday, but yeah, even some of the heavier stuff. You know what I mean? It's not that. It's just, you know what it's like. Is just certain things trigger you. You know what I mean? Like, we've all got that where it's just one particular thing you just find gross. You know what I mean? And I've heard other people who are like big horror fans say the same thing about the Penguin. You know what I mean? Like, people who are into, gore fest movies and slashes and all that with gore, and I'm like, yeah, they can't take the look of the Penguin in that movie, or just that black shit that's oozing out of his mouth every 5 seconds, or like he said, that part where he's eating the raw fish, like, just dude, just no. Oh, and by the way, yeah, Max Payne, that also starred Mark Wahlberg as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you do your story first? Otherwise, I feel like we'll never get to it. And then I'll do some chat if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty brief. Yeah. Basically, when Mario Brothers came out, okay, it was me, my dad, a lady friend of my dad's, and her son. We all went to the movies, okay? And I wanted to see Falling Down. Okay, but my dad wanted to go see Falling Down with his girlfriend, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I don't care. I'll sit down the other end. I don't give a shit. I want to go see Falling Down. And the problem was, like, my dad would have been cool with that, but her son didn't want to see Falling Down. He wanted to see Mario Brothers. And he's saying to me, but you love Mario Brothers, the games. You love them. You love those games. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But the movie looks like a complete piece of shit. You know what I mean? And I was like, what year was Mario Brothers? I think it was like 93, I think. So, yeah, this is coming out of like a 7-year-old's mouth. Like, at that point, like, even at that age, you know what I mean? Like, I was very opinionated about, like, what I thought about, like, movies, and I had a certain taste. And I just knew it was going to be a bad movie. I just knew, And I said to him, I'm like, dude, come on. Like, just watch that on video. Let's go see Falling Down. Looks like a kick-ass, like, kind of action thriller kind of ride. And he's like, no, I want to see it. And my dad's like, oh, you're going to have to go with him. Otherwise, like, what are we going to do? And I'm like, oh, dude, really? So I had to go see it. Right? I'm sitting there. It gets, like, maybe 20, 25 minutes into the movie. And he turns and looks at me and says, this isn't very good, is it? And I look at him. And I take a big sigh. and I just say, just don't. Just sit there, watch the movie, all right? And yeah, we watched the whole movie, and yeah, yeah, it was a complete piece of shit from my perspective, and I think most people would agree. Like that movie's pretty universally hated to this day. Like I know there's a few people that like it, but it's a pretty little cult following there. And yeah, man, yeah, he admitted during the movie, the movie wasn't fucking good. I was like, I told you. After the movie, I was like, I told you, we should have went and saw Falling Down just sat on our own. But yeah, that's the little story.
And that's his story of Super Mario Brothers the movie. Where the hell am I? Okay, I'm right here. Austin says a third Burton Batman would have been amazing. Well, maybe not so much if it was like Batman Returns with drooling characters. I kind of think maybe 2 Burton Batmans were enough.
Well, yeah, I might get some hate for this, but I love Batman Forever. I love that movie.
Oh, I like Batman Forever.
I still think it works.
Yeah, I like Batman Forever as well.
Yeah, Jim Carrey's portrayal of the Riddler in that film, I think, is fun as. I think he really nailed it. He kind of took what Frank Gorshin did in the '60s TV show and ran with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Wilson says Metal Gear Solid came out on NES and was popular with kids in the 90s when the third animated game came out for the PlayStation 1. Austin says to Jason, oh yes, especially the puke scene. Oh, it must be City of the... Oh, you mean the puking out the guts? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of bad. That's kind of bad. What did you have, Jesse? Have you seen City of the Living Dead with the people who die? That
No, never seen it. I know of the film, but never seen it. There's a pretty sounds like a similar scene in I think it's Peter Jackson's Meet the Feebles. You ever seen that?
Oh God, it hasn't been since the '90s, but I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a scene where like aliens that have like taken over people's bodies, like all throw up like into this jug or something, like, and they drink it or something. I remember that being pretty gross, but
yeah, I
don't know if that's I don't know. I think maybe it'd be easier for me to watch that almost than the Penguin. I don't know. It's just something about just everything about him, the way he looks, the way he's playing the character. It's just really off-putting.
Yep, absolutely. And maybe one of these minutes we'll get away from talking about the Penguin with any luck.
I don't know what else I can say on that. I just want to interject. Yeah, he was talking about how the original Metal Gear game came out in the 80s, like on the NES and stuff. I actually didn't know that for like about a year, because the first Metal Gear game I ever played was the one he mentioned on the PS1, and that game changed my life. I love that game. That's still to this day my favorite game. I don't know how many times I finished that sucker on a PS1 back in the day. And that's the plot that they should use for a movie when they make a movie, I guess. But yeah, it's a pretty amazing game. I still think, maybe not graphically, it doesn't hold up nowadays in some ways, I guess. To most people, I mean, I can still play it without a problem, but I know. Yeah, if you put it on for a lot of kids nowadays, they'd be like, "Oh, the graphics are really blocky." Like, they pretty much probably
but isn't
file it for those reasons alone. But great game though.
Very cool. I don't know. Yeah, Wilson's. I don't know. Okay, so I'll just read Wilson. He says not enough Hispanic heroes or villains, so he can see why they cast Hispanics into Caucasian Japanese biracial roles. Hispanics typically look similar to Caucasians and Asians depending on physical appearance.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. But I mean, well, that last part of it anyway, that they look like caucasians. I don't know if I agree with that, but as far as there not being like enough Hispanic characters in that, well, that's all well and good, but like, go make an Hispanic character. You know what I mean? Like, go make your own character. Don't, ride the coattails of like an established character. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, say, like, Blade. Like, I don't want a Blade movie where it's a white guy. Like, it's just, that's just silly to me. That's the way I see it. I mean, there are a few instances where they've changed the race of a character, and I really have in mind, like Kingpin in Daredevil, the Ben Affleck Daredevil film. I thought Michael Clark Duncan did a good job. But like, when they start talking about wanting to do like a black Superman movie, that's a big no to me.
Oh,
especially if they're gonna call him, Clark Kent. If they're gonna call him Kal-El. You know what I mean? If they're gonna, I know, like in the comics, there's a different version of Superman where it's not Clark Kent, and he's a black guy. Like, that's fine. Like, make that movie, but just don't call him Clark Kent.
Yeah, I hear you. Wilson says Dean Cain played Superman, and he is half Caucasian and Japanese.
Well, he's half Hawaiian. Yeah. But I don't know, like with Dean Cain, in the 90s, I really didn't care for him that much as Superman, and same with my dad, like, he's like, yeah, I'm a second generation Superman guy, like my old man loves Superman as well, and in the 90s, like, me and my dad kind of shared the opinion, like, he looks too much like a boy, like, he doesn't really, like, the show should be called Superboy almost, but he has grown on me over the years. I don't mind Dean Cain, but I don't know, like, you can kind of tell he's part Asian, I guess, but he doesn't look overly Asian. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to talk about these things without people thinking you're racist. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I hope people don't think that, because I'm really not. Like,
right.
I've dated Asian girls, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? So it's not that at all. I don't know. I'm funny about that, and I think the character looks a certain way, and it's been that way for 60 years or whatever, or 30 years or whatever. Then I'm kind of a man of tradition, man. It should stay that way. I mean, it'd be like, I mean, how would you feel, Nate? Like, I don't want to really put this out in the universe, but how would you feel if they made a remake of Friday the 13th and Jason was a female? He was like called Jacinta or something, Jacinta Voorhees. And he's wearing a hockey mask. Oh, she's wearing a hockey mask. Like, how would you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't want that.
Exactly. I mean, it's the same thing to me, man. It doesn't, it goes well beyond race. It's like changing genders of characters, or just even, like, I don't know, it's even a tricky thing when you change, like, the origins of a character sometimes. Like, even that rubs me the wrong way. Depends on how it's done, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, it just seems to be a trend lately where, they gotta change races and this and that. And I think it's a subtle form of trying to bother people. But anyway, Austin says back when we were...
I think it's trying to appease people too. I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Right, appease a certain group and make another group mad. Yeah. Austin has Falling Down on DVD. Well, congratulations, Austin. I do as well. Jason says Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah.
What?
I was just saying I own it on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I never got the Blu-ray. I just got the DVD. But Jason's saying something here. Super Mario Brothers movie gets so much hate as a film. It's actually very impressive. The Super Mario Brothers Morton Jankel cut is a glimpse of what the film was meant to be. He'll defend the film for what, I think maybe he meant for what it is.
Yeah, I've heard people say things like that. I've even tried to give the film another go, like, years later. It just doesn't.
Well, this
doesn't work for me. Actually, they're working on they're working on an animated film at the moment, which I'm actually quite intrigued to see how that turns out, because I think that could really work.
Well, this might be a perfect opportunity for me to say I don't think it's horrible. I enjoy it for what it is. If I don't, I think that, well, what do you think about the casting? I think the casting of the characters, in terms of at least kind of looking like the characters, was done relatively well.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, Bob Hoskins and what's the other dude's name? I always struggle with his last name.
Yeah, John Leguizamo.
I think. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. The casting's really not what I really have a problem with. It's mostly just the execution. I don't know. I just don't think it's a very entertaining, well put together movie, I guess, is the easiest way I can describe it.
All right, we'll move on. Let's see
But
here.
I mean, saying that, I think it's a pretty. I just wanted to say, I think it's a pretty hard thing, in a way, that the kind of concept of it is, I think, is pretty challenging to make a movie about it. I mean, it's about a plumber who, fights like weird turtle creatures, and there's mushrooms involved in that. So I mean, it's, I guess, in the nature of the story, I think it'd be challenging to make a movie out of it.
Yeah, it's almost like not even really possible, per se. Austin says Super Mario Brothers had a good song by Roxette, but that was it. Well, actually, me personally, I love the score by Alan Silvestri. I'm surprised no one's mentioning that, but I like the music in it. It's really great music. Back the classic. What?
He's a great composer. I love his scores for
Predator.
He did Predator, and Back to the Future, and he even did Cat's Eye, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was great back in the day. Austin says Burton would have made Riddler I can't even say this out loud, something some adults do to children. Laugh out loud.
Okay.
Joseph Wilson has a goofy face. Wilson retracted a bunch of comments, so we're all caught up now.
Okay. Yeah, I think Burton, needed to stop after the second one. That's my opinion. He wanted to come back, but the studio kind of talked him out of it.
Well, I don't imagine that Batman Returns did a whole lot of terribly amazing business, because I'm of the opinion that, I would say the Penguin character was probably mostly unliked, I would say, by the movie-going public, I would say.
I played this city like a heart from hell. Yeah, that line always stuck with me, that he says in the movie near the end of the Penguin.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Oh yeah, the thing is with Batman Forever, I don't know if you're aware of it, but a lot of people are clamoring for the Schumacher cut. Apparently, there's a lot of footage out there that has never been seen.
Oh, but Batman Forever?
Yeah, Batman Forever, yeah.
Interesting. Weird. Okay, I'm surprised they wouldn't put that out and just try to make more money.
I don't think they will, but I really kind of hope they introduce Robin into these new ones. I really like Robin. I know a lot of people don't, but for me, I grew up first and foremost with the '60s series, and it was always Batman and Robin. You know what I mean? In that show. So, I don't know, whenever I see Batman, I kind of expect to see Robin standing next to him,
Yeah, that's completely understandable. I mean, like you say, Batman for some is hard to... It's like a not finished sentence, It's like, well, what about Robin?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand, why they don't always put him in movies. It can be a challenge to make the character work, I guess, but I think you can. There's the whole Nightwing angle they can go with, you know what I mean, which has never really been done in a movie. So, there is that.
All right, a little bit of chat here. Wilson keeps mistyping because his keyboard, for some reason, isn't registering things he types, which would account for the retracted messages. Jason says he was set to do... Oh, Tim Burton was set to do Superman Lives. I'm sure Jesse has a lot to say about that.
Well, have you got about an hour?
Nah.
There's a lot I could say about that. In short, I'll just say I am so glad, so glad that movie never got made.
All right, that is short.
Yeah, I mean Nick Cage. Just no. I like Nick Cage in certain movies he works, but he's not Superman. And I'm sorry, just because you're a big fan of Superman, like he is, he even named one of his sons Kal-El. So he's a big fan, but he's not right for that character, even remotely. You know what I mean? There's a whole documentary about that. I don't know if you know that, but there's a whole documentary about it.
Well, is this the one? This the movie that Kevin Smith was attached to, or whatever?
Yeah, he was. That was, I think, if I remember correctly, I think that was before Burton got involved. I think.
Oh.
And the producer on that movie was like a real oddball kind of dude. Like, yeah, Kevin's got some pretty funny stories about that too. But yeah, I think that movie would have been a complete nutter.
Oh yeah.
Travesty, and like may have even put like Burton's and Nick Cage's career on the back burner for a while after that. I think it would have been a real stinker, you know. I think that's a big reason why it didn't get made. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people hate on Superman Returns, but I enjoy that movie for what it is. You know, it's not perfect, but hey, I'd rather it over Man of Steel. Man of Steel's great for the action sequences. Yeah, they're pretty good. And I don't mind Henry Cavill as Superman, but yeah, to me, it's not a great movie.
Okay, where the hell am I? Wilson says he's got to go because the weather is nice. He's going to go jog. All right, Wilson, enjoy the nice weather. Thanks for showing up. Austin says Super Mario Brothers was supposed to get a sequel. Yeah, the first one ends completely setting up the sequel, doesn't it? Austin says they're attempting to make a new Super Mario movie. That's going to fail, he thinks. I don't know if that's the one Jesse spoke about, the animated one.
I'm pretty sure it would be. I mean, I don't think they'd risk putting like two versions at the same time, would they?
I guess with the
I think it's got a reasonable chance of success. You know, it's animated, so it's a different take on it. I mean, look at Sonic. You know, Sonic did pretty well. You know, like they made a sequel even. They're talking about a third one. So I mean, if that can work, I don't see why. I mean, to be fair, that's not completely animated, I guess. Yeah, it's live action, but Sonic's CGI. But yeah, I think it could work. I think the Mario movie could work.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say that, one could, say probably the success of the Sonic films is what's green-lighting the Super Mario one.
Yeah, it's safe to say, yeah.
Well, what do you know? We're caught up on chat.
Oh, okay. How many people still watching?
Let me just go see. I gotta do a refresh here. We've got a whopping 1.
Oh, okay, jeez. I don't think I've ever been on when there was just one person. But it's pretty interesting, isn't it? Like how many views there are after the fact, you know? Like I said, I've said a few times, it'd be good to hear back from these people who are watching after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, people, the time I do the shows probably, especially in North America, probably aren't that convenient because, people are working and on the grind and stuff. So that could be a part of it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did want to touch on, people were talking about Halloween Ends earlier and stuff, and I think people are overthinking this whole, like, how they're going to include a certain thing in the movie.
Oh,
I
you
mean, if at all, I think it'll be very briefly touched upon. I don't think that's going to be a main focus of the story. I mean, I think they would have to be stupid. Like, yeah, Hollywood does some really stupid things. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I don't think they can afford to be that risky with the plot of the film. Yeah, I think they know that's really going to be a turn off to a lot of folks.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking so much about a plot, but I mean, even if they don't say anything out loud and just have characters with certain accoutrements, I mean, it's just going to be frustrating. But whatever.
Yeah, I don't even think they'll do that.
I really hope
I
not.
doubt it.
I hope not.
I doubt it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, it'll bug me too, but yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of very indifferent, hey, about like, I guess what's soon to be this new trilogy of Halloween movies. Like they're almost like fan films to me in a way. Like they don't really. I mean, like what is Halloween canon anymore? You know what I mean? Like it's been like rebooted this so many times, like a dead friggin' PC at this point. You know what I mean? It's like it's choose your own adventure. You know what I mean? That's one thing I'm really glad with Friday. That as silly as some of the plots became and stuff, like it's all for the most part anyway. Like one continuity with the exception of like probably Jason Goes to Hell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good.
But with Halloween, you can say that only the first two movies happen, or you can say, the first movie happened and the new movies happened, or you can say 1 and 2 and H2O happened and Resurrection happened. It's crazy. Or you can say, everything from 1 to 6 happened. You know what I mean? And then Part 3's got its own continuity all by itself. And then there's the Rob Zombies remakes. It's crazy. It's really, really is a mess, that franchise in a way. But I must admit, though, the first time I watched Kills, I did have a good time with it.
Yeah, well, someone mentioned early in the show that I think it was Austin who for him, Halloween Kills just kind of resembled just an 80s exploitative slasher film.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like I've said to people, Mikey's taking some cues from my boy Voorhees in that movie, He's very Jason-esque in a lot of ways, in that film.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see here. Okay, well, this might be a question for you, Jesse. Jason says, any thoughts on Tiny Tina's Wonderland game?
Never heard of it.
All right, that would be a no. Austin says it's a new live action. Oh, okay. Where he's talking about the Super Mario Brothers movie. So this is weird. This information would conflict with what you've heard about the animated movie. Austin says it's a new live action movie with Chris Pratt as Mario. Unless he's joking. I don't think it's the animated film he was talking about. It's supposed to come out next year, he says. That's weird. I can't see them do.
Well, I don't pretend. Yeah, I don't pretend to know the ins and outs of the movie. I haven't researched it. All I've heard off a couple of people. I know Chris Pratt's involved. That I was of the understanding that he's just voicing Mario. I didn't. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe it is a live action movie. I don't know, but from what I've gathered and stuff off people, that I was under the assumption that it was animated. But if it's live action, they've got their work cut out for them. That's a lot riskier than an animated film, and quite frankly, in my opinion, the wrong way to go.
Yeah, Jason says, I guess, where am I? Tiny Tina's Wonderland is a Borderlands sequel.
Okay, yeah, I'm not a Borderlands guy. I played the first one briefly and I didn't care for it.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains that. Austin says he thought Big John in Halloween Kills had the most gruesome death with his eyes being squeezed out.
Yeah, that was pretty over the top, wasn't it? When he
Yeah.
gets the old couple, I thought that was pretty full on. Like he just keeps stabbing
Oh my
the dude
God.
and shit. And
Yeah.
I was like, dude, I think he's dead. Like, yeah, you put what 5, 6 knives in him by now. I think one would have done the job, Mikey.
Yeah. What a lunatic he is. You should put him in a nut house.
Yeah, you really should. But like, what do you think of like? I mean, I know there's a lot of Halloween fans out there, and that are like, oh, like, with like how they want to make a series out of everything now, like Netflix series, and they're doing like all the ones like Star Wars related now, and that. And people are like, well, what if they made like a Loomis show? You know what I mean? Where it's like Loomis dealing with like other patients and stuff, and the friggin' in Grove and all that, and it's like like can't anything be left up to the imagination now? Like, does everything need to be friggin' filled in now? Or it's like I've even heard people say like, do you remember the story that like cemetery caretaker dude or whoever he's supposed to be in the original Halloween film? He's taken Loomis to Judas' grave and he's talking about old Charlie Bowles or something his name is
Yeah.
in Russellville, like how he was going to kill his family or whatever, and people are like, they should make a movie out of that. And it's like, really? Like just this random, like 5-second story or whatever, And it's like, dude, like it's like I've said before, Nate. Like, there's nothing wrong with something ending. You know what I mean? Like with the story coming to a conclusion, and you can leave it alone. You know what I mean? Like just leave it alone. Things don't need to go on and on forever. Like I mean, I feel that even that way with Friday to an extent. I mean, it sounds kind of hypocritical for me to say like, needing to explain all this shit because like, I'm the dude that wants to make the Friday fan film. You know what I mean? That like has an origin with Jason and Pam. But I mean, that's just a story I've always been fascinated with and wanted to see. And I think there is a story there. But I do think though, as like film goers and shit, like we expect too much sometimes from like our favorite things. We want to see everything. We just never want it to end.
Yeah, that's an interesting kind of a take on, you as a movie fan, kind of some self-reflection on yourself. That's kind of interesting. But I agree. I've said, especially after the '09 Friday the 13th came out, I'm like, you know what? I just dislike that so much that I'm like, I said that at that point, maybe they just need to end now, because if this is the stuff they're going to be putting out, just let it end, and I'd be fine with that. I mean, so many freaking movies, well, maybe not so many, but 7, 7, 8, wherever it ends for any particular fan. I mean, that's enough for me to enjoy.
Yeah, I'm pretty much of the same mindset as that. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to get one more, just so you could say there's 13 of them.
Oh, there you
But
go. Yeah, but what is that last one gonna be? I mean, holy crap.
yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? And like, I just don't think you're gonna get a good Friday, studio movie unless the studios are willing to, fork over. Just don't even fork over a big budget. Give a talented person, talented crew and director, $5 million. You know what I mean? Tell them to go make a movie, and then you'll probably get a pretty good movie. You know what I mean? But if you're gonna just meddle with it, like start thinking about, how's this movie gonna play for the 12-year-olds out there that are like gender fluid and that? And it's like, dude, just don't make the fucking movie then.
Yeah. Let me do a little bit of chat.
It's nothing.
Austin says in reference to the Super Mario Brothers, it's no joke. Chris Pratt as Mario. Laugh out loud. It's listed on IMDb and MovieChat.org. Michael should die in Halloween Ends like Jason did at the start of Jason Goes to Hell. Just blow him up. I don't know if he's kidding or not. He has more ideas. Have Laurie take Michael's head to the taxidermist and mount his head on her wall like a deer. There you go. I think he's kidding, but Jason...
Yeah, for me, I think it should end with, like, I don't know, like maybe the Myers house is, like, on fire and, you know, Laurie and Michael die together. You know what I mean? Like, that would be a decent ending for it, I reckon.
Yeah, I did. You might have not.
But I mean, it's almost at a point. Sorry.
You might have not have been here when I said my kind of laughable ending, where they each have a knife and they go at each other and each plunge each other's knife deep into each other's heart at the same time and just fall back and die.
Yeah, that could work. But the thing is with Jamie dying is like or Laurie dying, you know, is like no matter what they do, is it really going to have that much meaning? Like, it's not the first time it's even fucking happened.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like arguably the third time. You know, she died off screen in 4, and then again in Resurrections. And she's even said, like, you know, if they ever want to do it all again, she'll do it if that's decent. Like, for fuck's sake, like, I mean, like, it doesn't matter, like, you know, how many times you've done it, as long as they're willing to pony up the dough, then she'll do it. You know what I mean? It's like, really?
Holy.
Like, what is it going to be? Like, when she's in her friggin' 80s next time, like, for crying out loud, you know, she'll probably die during the making of, like, the first movie or whatever. They'll have to try to cobble together, like, the ending of the movie or something, you know?
Jason says horror fans tend to have obsessive compulsive tendencies. They accept everything, don't want to change. I don't know what that part means. Am I reading that? They accept, I don't know. I can understand that, you know, people don't want things to change and stuff like that. I mean, that's how you get when you get on in years.
There are people out there, like, like, I don't want to judge, but there are people out there that, like, actually don't really care that much about the quality of a movie. It's all just about getting another one. Yeah, I mean, they don't really care if it sucks. They just want another entry in the series because they love whatever. They love Michael so much, or they love Jason or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's...
And to me, you know, like, as much as I love Friday, I still want a quality movie. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, again, I don't want to sound judgy, but there are people that like love every, you know, every entry in the Friday series or every entry in the Halloween series. You know what I mean? And I don't get it, quite frankly. In a way, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. It's just, and that's the thing. Like, even as a society, like mediocrity has become so acceptable.
Oh,
you know
God.
what I mean? Like, a movie just only has to aim to be okay now, and people are, like, strangely okay with that all the time. You know what I mean? Like, don't people remember when movies actually used to be really good? Like, a lot of the time they were really good because, you know, a lot of thought was put into them, and, you know, they took their time with them. And I mean, like, it's called show business, and it's always been that, and that's always been there. Like, it's a business to make money, but it just seems like now that studios are trying to, you know, turn us all upside down and just, you know, shake the change loose from our pockets. You know what I mean? Like, they don't give a shit if the movie's good anymore at all.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's like the movie going, you know, the younger movie going crowd. It's almost like it doesn't even matter if it's crap, it's just like, oh, it's another one.
Yeah, exactly. And I just, I can't subscribe to that, and I think that's kind of a sad state of things in a way.
Absolutely. Austin says Halloween Ends will probably be like a very bloody and gruesome Freddy versus Jason type ending between Michael and Laurie tearing each other up. He gets a feeling that's what it's going to be. Yeah, kind of like when they're at the end of Kills when they're beating him up and then he comes back and kills all them. He's probably going to be right. Just some bloody fight to the death.
Isn't it kind of mentioned in either Kills or H18? Like, doesn't Laurie say something about, like, let me take his head while he takes mine? Like, something like that. Like, they've already kind of foreshadowed it.
Yeah, I can't say I remember.
In a way, I guess.
I can't say I remember that line, but very possible.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something like that said.
They could, decapitate each other at the same time.
Yeah, in one of those films. I will say this, though, like, I mean, I still enjoy the film for what it is, and it's not great, but, like, I remember seeing H2O in the theater when that came out, and I was just a boy when that came out. I was like 12 or something, and like to give you like an idea of like, how different things sort of were back then to now, is like spoiler alert for that movie, but when Laurie takes his fucking head off in that movie, that was a fucking shock. I was like, what the fuck? She killed him. She cut his head off. Like, he's dead now. Like, and to me, like, at least, for a while, it felt like an ending, and I was okay with it. I was like, okay, he's dead now. You know what I mean? And I remember, like, theorizing, like, like if they were going to make another one, how would you do it? You know what I mean? Like, is it going to be something as silly as, like, I remember saying to my dad, like, I think I said something like, along the lines of they got like two choices. They could either sew his head friggin' back on, which is like him bringing him back through like voodoo or some shit, which would be completely just ludicrous, or they'll say it wasn't him somehow. He like switched bodies or whatever, or not switched bodies, like switched clothing with somebody. You know what I mean? And I was like, that's probably how I'll try to go with it. But, I mean, I was totally fine with that. Like, if that had been the last Halloween movie, I would have been cool with that, man. You know what I mean? Like, he dies. Yeah? It's over.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Like, holy shit, and how cool was it that the Halloween theme started, like, right after she chopped his head off, or, like, right as...
that was iconic. Yeah, that gave me chills. Just like the way she cuts his head off, and like just the way she's kind of standing there, and she's got that. You can see that like sigh of like relief on her face, like he's finally dead. I'm finally free of this.
Yeah, that ending was something.
Yeah, I mean, did you see that in the theater when it came out, mate? Or?
Oh yeah, I saw that in the theater. Yeah, I was like, holy cow.
Yeah, so you had like the same reaction, I'm guessing, like, where he was dead, and you're like, holy shit, like it finally happened.
Yeah, and naively, I thought that they were ending the franchise.
Yeah, I mean, not to, I don't want to touch on it too much. I'll probably rehash it and say it again. Probably by the time we get around to discussing the final chapter. For our Friday, but as much as I love Jason Lives and some of the other entries after that, you could have ended that story there too. Corey, whatever. Tommy Jarvis cuts into bits and he's freaking dead. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we thought
it is called the final chapter. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the same thing as well. Like. That's why it's kind of cool in the winter studio, which is turned into the spring studio as well, that I'm doing reviews and videos in. It's just got the posters for the first 4 films because, in a way, I agree. I mean, like, you could just have it be the first 4 films and that would be totally fine, you know.
Well, the first four, like, to me, has always like been the core of the series anyway. You know, after the fourth one, even the films aesthetically look different. You know what I mean? Like that goes without saying. They really do. They look different and they feel different. You know, so I mean, yeah, like you really could have ended it at part four, and I know there's a lot of fans out there that they don't consider anything after the final chapter to even be canon.
Wow. Austin says decapitating Michael again is too much like H2O. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in Halloween Ends. Austin's dropping one of his famous funny titles, Halloween 8 Maniac Cop, or wait, what? Halloween 8 Maniac Cop 3 Voodoo Edition? Oh, maybe he's just making a joke like Halloween 8 can be, yeah, because they brought Maniac Cop back to life with Voodoo in Maniac Cop 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen Maniac Cop 3, but I forgot that's how he comes back.
Yeah, Austin says, he saw Halloween H2O in theaters. He remembers a dude sitting from a few seats next to him going, whoa, when Michael gets decapitated. He wasn't expecting Michael to be beheaded when he first saw it. Yeah, and I mean, none of us were. That's why it was so freaking cool.
Yeah, I remember that being like a pretty like whoa reaction like from pretty much the whole audience when I saw it. And I don't know, I just think it was very well done, that last scene, you know, like even where like she goes to reach out for him when he's pinned, like, you know, like you can tell she's thinking like, you know, even though you've tried to do all this, you are my brother, you're the only family I have, you know, it's a shame I have to do this right now. You know, and to be honest, like, you know, I never had an issue with them being siblings. I never did. You know, I mean, it's really hard for me to even think of a time when I watched the original film without having that knowledge. Like, I think I may have had that knowledge watching the original film, but even when I watch it now, like, it fits for me. You know what I mean? And like when you think about like, which is really funny about these new movies, is they really want to have their cake and eat it. You know what I mean? Like they erased everything except for the original film, but yet they constantly, you know, make references to all the other movies, and it's like, well, what are you going to do here? Is it continuity or not, guys? Like, make up your freaking mind. You know what I mean? Like, you're just going to nod to it every 3 seconds, but like it's not continuity. You know what I mean? Like, you can't have your cake and eat it. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, but all things considered, like, I don't think it would have changed the story all that much now to if they had just left it be that they were siblings, and you could have included at least H2 in that continuity, and I think that would have been cool personally, but
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me either way if they're brother, sister, or not, honestly. So what the hell?
yeah, I mean, I could take it either way, but I mean, I don't know. I never really had an issue with it, though, you know? Like, a lot of people really have an issue with that. It never really bothered me. But even saying that, like, I think I mentioned this last time on the show, that, like, I don't even know why Carpenter even felt the need to make them siblings, even in part 2, because you could just say, yeah, well, yeah, because Carpenter said he couldn't justify a reason why he would keep going after her. And for me, it's simple. It's, she got away, goddammit. Yeah, I want to finish her off. I mean, he's a freaking psychopath. That's how psychopaths, from my understanding, how they think anyway. You know?
Yeah, that is very clear, or very similar to how I think, but I'm pretty sure you mentioned that before as well. But yeah, it's just kind of like, what's the difference? It's either, you know, sister, or why can't he equally want to get her as much because, like you say, she's the one that slipped through his fingers, so...
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't know. And it'll be interesting to see what they do with Halloween after this. Like, will they just try to reboot it in a handful of years, or will they like, try to go the opposite route and try to go the season of the witch route and like just make you know one-off movies and stuff with the title Halloween in front of it. Which, if they're going to do anything, that's what I prefer to see. Like, just make an anthology series out of it. You know what I mean? I think that'd be the better way to go with it.
Well, how about this? A streaming site TV show called Haddonfield.
Yeah, well, yeah. Probably. I mean, I dare say in the end we'll get all those sort of things will happen one day. Yeah, there'll probably be an even. I mean, it almost did happen. There was almost a Friday series a few years ago. I'm sure you know about that. And they were going to make a TV show that was actually going to have Jason in it.
Yeah, I think I remember something like that.
Yeah, it was going to happen. It was supposed to. Yeah, I think some of it was going to be about Jason and like other weird shit that happens around Camp Crystal Lake and the town and all that sort of stuff. I mean that sounds interesting in a way. But I mean, I don't know. Execution's another thing. You know what I mean? They'd probably mess it up.
Yeah, probably. For Austin, the first 6 Halloweens are true canon since it came first.
Yeah. I actually don't mind Curse of Michael Myers. I think I've mentioned that before on the show.
Yeah,
I don't mind that movie.
You may have.
I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I saw that in the
Sorry?
theater. Yeah, you may have mentioned that in the past. I saw that in the theater and with a buddy at the time, and we had fun with it at the time. But unfortunately for me, the movie doesn't do much for me anymore. But that's okay. I can't even really watch 5 much anymore.
Oh, see, I hate 5. I pretty much hate that movie.
Okay.
For me, 6 is better than 5.
Oh, okay.
4, I dig. I dig 4 quite a bit. It's not a perfect movie, but it's got some really neat things about it. Like I think I've mentioned before, like I love it's got one of the best openings of a movie ever, I reckon. Like the way, like the whole Halloween look and feel to it, and the music, it's really effective. Yeah, like I mean, like what were they thinking with Halloween 5, where Michael sheds a tear? You know what I mean? Like it's just really, stupid. But yeah, I mean there's some silly things though in the next one too in part 6. But I don't know. I just find 6. I don't know, just a more enjoyable watch, I guess. But I'm not sitting here saying that it's underrated or it's a great movie. Don't get me wrong, because I don't think that. I can watch the film and have an okay time with it, I guess. Yeah.
That's understandable. Austin says Friday the 13th and Freddy never had alternate canons or timelines. Same with Hellraiser.
Yeah. Don't know if I mentioned this on the show, but a few months ago, a friend of mine actually, I dared him to watch all the Hellraiser movies. I dare you to watch.
Oh yeah.
All the Hellraiser films. Yeah. Did I mention that?
I think so.
Yeah. And he goes, "Oh, well, why don't you watch them with me?" I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I just want to torture you. I want you to watch them. He's like, well, I could watch him. On my own, but he's like, I think it'd be interesting if we both watched them. So I ended up watching them all with him, and I tell you, that was a tour of duty. It really was. Like, once you get past the third one, it is a complete shit show, in my opinion. Like those are some bad movies.
Once you get past which one?
The third one.
Oh, okay.
The third one is, even the third one's not great, but it's like, I guess, somewhat watchable. Even the original, though, like, it's got some cool things in it, but I've never been like a huge fan of it or anything.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned this last time too. I much prefer Phantasm over Hellraiser.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure we talked about Phantasm. Yeah, and you liking the second one the most.
Yeah, I really dig. Yeah, I dig the first one too, but yeah, I really dig that second one. Just I think how Phantasm in general's got like one of the creepiest scores. That piano score is really haunting.
Oh my God, ain't it great?
Yeah, some really cool stuff. But I'm not even opposed to like a remake of Phantasm. I reckon you could do some good stuff with that. I mean, it'd be kind of hard recasting Angus Grimm, I guess. Angus Grimm, but
Yeah.
I think it could be kind of.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Where the hell am I? Austin says there's supposed to be a RoboCop prequel show about Dick Jones. Is that the title of the show, Dick Jones or Dick? That'd be funny. Austin says he saw Halloween 6 in theaters as well. The producer's cut of Halloween 6 is probably better than 5. Oh, what are your thoughts? Have you seen the producer's cut?
Once when the box set came out, when I brought the highly sorted after Screen Factory, what is it, 15 disc set now?
Yeah.
That's a kind of a collector's piece now. Do you have that, Nate? The box set?
No, I've got the lesser one. They put out 2, and I've got the lesser one.
Yeah, I know that set too. Yeah, it's still a decent set. Yeah, I've got the really sought after one. That's when I saw the producer cut. It's interesting. I'd still say I prefer the theatrical cut though. But there's some weird stuff in that producer's cut, like where Tommy stops him with the rocks or whatever, and it's like, really,
Yeah,
and they really took that Curse of Thorn thing, like, really, to a whole new place. I mean, that's the one thing about 6 that does bother me. The whole Curse of Thorn thing. I just like giving Michael a reason other than he's just a nut. I mean, it's just stupid.
Yeah.
It's like, really, like, why can't he just be crazy? Like, why are you trying to introduce all this stupid shit?
Austin brings his opinion.
In that, I just wanted to quickly say, in that, like, isn't it like heavily suggested that like Michael's the father of Jamie's baby and
I think so.
Like that? And like, yeah, and like how they couldn't even swing getting Daniel Harris back for that movie is just stupid. Like, how much better would that movie be if she had been in it? Like, she actually went and got herself emancipated and everything to be in the movie, and they screwed her over. So it's pretty stupid.
She got herself what?
Is that how you say it? Emancipated? Like when it's when they're legally, as a child, you're legally responsible for yourself. Like when you're like 16 and shit like that.
Yeah,
you've heard of that, yeah?
Maybe a little. I don't know, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There's been a few like child celebrities that have done that. Like I think Macaulay Culkin did that, and a few others. And I think that's why she did it. So she could do the movie, and they really fucked her over on it.
Yeah, I'll say. Okay, I was gonna say Austin says they made Michael cry because they were trying to. I think he might have left some words out or something. He just says. Huh?
I'm guessing he means something like humanize him or something.
Yeah, maybe he left that word out because he just wrote they were trying to him an 80s man laugh out loud, just the style back then. He must have left the word out. Jason says Hellraiser Inferno is actually really underrated. It was never meant to be a Hellraiser film.
Disagree.
No, okay, that's fine.
That's all I'll say.
That's fine. Austin says yes, he has the lesser set of Halloween as well. He's got the Lionsgate Blu-ray of the producer's cut. Yeah, same with me. That's how I saw the producer's cut. I wasn't willing to pay what they wanted for that big set just to see producer's cut. I'm glad I didn't. Jason says there's actually...
Yeah, I was lucky. I got it just before it became like out of print and stuff. I got it on eBay. I think I paid like maybe 120 for it, something like that. So
that's pretty good. Yeah, congrats. Jason says there's actually 5 different cuts of Halloween 6. Well, why isn't there 6 cuts of it? Ha 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 ha.
What were you saying? There was something in the chat before. I can't remember what it was now. There was something I was going to
Something you wanted to mention? It's not because they made... Was it about Michael crying or what?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that whole scene to me is just... It's bizarre. You know what I mean? Like, it's the way she, like, talks to him and, Uncle, let me see. Yeah, I remember even as a kid, I remember thinking, like, this is stupid. Like, why are they doing this? Yeah.
Damn it.
The only good scene in that movie, like, that really, I think, is kind of effective is, like, just before that scene, pretty much, where she's stuck in that, whatever it is, like a laundry chute, and he's trying to get her through the laundry chute. That's a decent sequence.
Yeah,
it's pretty much a failure as a movie. And why all of a sudden is the Myers house a fucking mansion in that movie? And it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
It looks nothing like those films.
Yeah, that was a bummer. Austin says, even, I think he's referring to the lesser of the 2 Blu-ray Halloween sets. He says even that set is expensive now. And Austin asks Jason, what are the other cuts? And he's going to list them off here. Austin said make him is what he meant to say about the thing up I said, about him crying or whatever. So Jason's answer to Austin is producer's cut, Halloween 666 rough cut, and then director's cut, television cut, and theatrical cut / studio cut. I see. Yikes.
Is that the end of the chat? Or?
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's the end of the chat.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was all these alternate other cuts, yeah.
Well, I guess there's pretty much always...
As far as I know, I don't even know if they're available, are they really?
Yeah, probably bootlegs, I would imagine.
They're probably very slight variations there.
Yeah.
One extra scene or something,
Okay, well, Austin is asking for us. He's asking Jason, what's the difference in the director's cut from the producer's cut? Yes, sir. Yeah. They're gonna talk to each...
You'd have... Sorry?
You'd have to what?
I was going to say, he's asking what the differences are. Too many things to list off in a way. You'd have to watch it himself, and I only watched it once, so I can't even remember all the differences.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it might be a lot to answer, but it'll be interesting. But yeah, just another day in paradise.
Yeah, I might go see Halloween Ends in the Drive-In when it comes out.
Oh, that'd be great.
In the drive. Yeah, it'd be fun.
That'd be great because that's like the spring. That's the spring down there, ain't it?
Yeah, they're kind of. I think the drive-ins are open all year round here. I think.
Yeah, I would imagine they are. That's freaking lucky.
Yeah. Yeah. Halloween's usually around spring. Can be summer. I mean, I don't know how much you know about what the weather's like where I live in Melbourne, but we have seasons, but we can get all those seasons in one afternoon sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, I'm not even joking. Like, I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, me and my girlfriend were actually out and we are actually getting ready to go to the movies, and it was like a really nice summer's day. It was like probably like 35, maybe like 33, 35, which is like, different measurements to you guys. I'll just say this: it was a warm day, okay, and out of nowhere, the clouds rolled in and it dropped about 10 to 15 degrees in a space of probably like an hour or less. It was nuts. But that's what the weather like. That's what the weather can be like down here.
Jeez, it's hard to plan for anything. Ugh.
Oh yeah. If you're gonna go out for the day, like if it's a summer's day, you should probably take like a jacket or something just in case.
Let's see, Jason has some thoughts. He says the entire Thorn trilogy actually works brilliantly. If you have any idea about paganism, it actually works in many ways. Let's see, it actually works. Okay, he says in many ways. I don't know what that means. He says work print footage is swapped out. The set is fairly to get under $30. He must mean the set for all the cuts of Halloween 6, I guess. Jason says director's cut has lots of gore. Well, that's fun.
Well, I think what he's saying, it makes sense, like as far as like pagan rituals or like whatever the heck, like I guess in a way, but I don't think it makes sense to where the story started off. Like none of those things are mentioned in the first movie. I mean, it's just one night he went nuts, killed his sister, and he got locked up for it. You know what I mean? All that stuff it's added in later in the sequels, and even in part 5, with the endings like the Men in Black and all that, they openly said that they didn't know what that meant at the time. They're like, well, whoever makes part 6 is going to have to come up with a story. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And well, there you go.
No more chat?
Yeah, I'm caught up amazingly.
Is there anything coming out that you're interested in and seeing, or?
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, I'm what's that? Mildly interested in the Jurassic Park, which they're billing as the last one, I guess. I'm more curious to see what they're gonna do with like the original characters, if they're just gonna show up for a few minutes and die, or what. But for me, I'm interested to see how they're gonna juggle all the characters. But we might see Top Gun 2 if it comes to the drive-in.
Yeah, I'm sort of interested in seeing Jurassic Park. I mean, I love the OG film, and I'm kind of always up for like just like dinosaurs on screen in general. Kind of, I get a kick out of it because I just love dinosaurs. Always have ever since I was a kid. I mean, I know that sounds really geeky, but I don't love me some dinosaurs, But I really kind of hope they don't shit on the original characters, but it probably will happen. That's usually what they do nowadays. They try to get you in with the nostalgia and then piss all over your face with it. You know what I mean? Like at the same time, and it's like, well, then just why didn't you bother? Like, why didn't you just try to, make new characters and make me love those characters instead of fucking up the history? But I mean, they tried to do that years ago, didn't they? They tried to get everyone back for a movie like years ago, but it didn't happen. I'm interested in seeing it. It looks halfway decent, and as far as Top Gun 2, yeah, I'll go see it, but I'm not really a fan per se that much of the original film. Like, I'd almost just be going to see it because I'm a Tom Cruise fan in general. You know, like, I mean, I only saw the original for the first time a few years ago, and I didn't really care for it that much, to be honest. And it's rare that I don't like a Tom Cruise movie too.
No, I actually don't like the first movie at all. So I'd be seeing it for the
Okay, sure.
same. It'd be more like just an excuse to go to the drive-in theater. Like, there's no way I'd ever go to an indoor theater to see Top Gun 2. There's a lot for me. The drive-in theater is, I'll go to stuff at the drive-in theater that I'd never go to an indoor theater to, because you're kind of more going for the experience of like before the movie, like the drive-in theater experience. So
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I've only ever been like a couple of times. I actually went first time I've been in like 20 years. A few months ago, I saw the new Resident Evil movie. But yeah, it's definitely fun. It's different. Going on driving,
yeah,
that's for sure.
that's for sure. Oh, look at okay. Now Jason brings up something back to the whole thorn aspect of Halloween 6. He says, actually, Sam Hain was mentioned in Halloween 2 on the wasn't it in blood on the chalkboard or whatever? But what's Sam Hain though? The Lord of
Well,
the.
Sam Hain actually mispronounced it. It's actually pronounced Sarwin,
Uh,
which is yeah, like I'm pretty sure it's the original name for Halloween, like what they called
oh,
Halloween,
that's what he
like
said
way
in
way back.
that's what he said in Halloween 3 when he's telling Tom Atkins.
Well, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I've only ever seen Halloween 3 like a couple of times. I really don't care for the movie that
Oh,
much.
okay.
And no, it's not because Michael's not in the movie, people. It's I just don't think it's a very good movie. I just don't think it's a very good movie. But yeah, I have to clarify that because I know someone will say that. It's the same thing with like if you don't like Friday 5, people accuse you of not liking it. Oh, it's because it's not Jason. It's like no, I just don't care for the movie. But yeah, I don't know. I'll never subscribe that like Michael's freaking crazy because of a crazy freaking druid cult or whatever. That's just stupid, man. Like he's just a crazy guy. Like what's wrong with that? That's what it originally was meant to be. And like if you went up to like if someone like went up to Carpenter and started saying all that sort of stuff like or did you like mean for Michael to like was he like controlled by like a druid cult and like was the Curse of Thorn like in your head like when you were doing the original movie? Carpenter would look at you and be like, what the fuck are you on about, dude? But none of that's in my movie. It's just stuff they added later. It's like the stupid shit they had in Jason Goes to Hell. They made out that Jason's a friggin' body hopping friggin' slug demon thing. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? I would like it's the 9th installment in a franchise, and you're trying to introduce this new mythology. Like you just need to fuck off. Okay, it's this bullshit. You know what I mean? And I even thought that as a kid, like seeing it in the theater. I remember saying to my dad, like, oh, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, is this even like a Friday the 13th movie at this point? Like, it's stupid.
Yeah, the 90s was kind of the decade where they felt like they had to answer all these questions for all these franchises which had been running for such a long time. And it's just like, in a way, I think they kind of felt like it justified their movie by, okay, well, this is this movie, we're going to explain it. It kind of justifies the existence of their movie instead of just like, okay, he's just killing again. I mean, that's probably, I don't know what they were thinking, but I mean, I'd rather just see him just killing again.
Yeah, I mean, you don't, obviously need to explain everything. But I mean, even if you're gonna explain it, like it still has to somehow like gel with the rest of the fucking story somehow. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, like I've told you, like, if I ever do get to make my fan film, you know what I mean? Like, I do explain why Jason, can come back and whatnot. But in my humble opinion, I think it's a better way of doing it than what they did in Jason Goes to Hell, but even in saying that, I know that like there'll be people on the YouTube comments or whatever that will say like, oh, your way is stupid too. You know what I mean? Like I know that, but I don't know. I think it's a better way of doing it. It somehow to me it fits in more with the story and makes a little bit more sense. You know what I mean? I don't care two ways about it. There's no way you can watch Friday the 13th Part 2 and say that Jason's, a normal living human being. You can't. I can't subscribe to that. You know what I mean? That he's like he clearly said that he was dead in the first movie, and even the writer of the first movie will tell you that. Even Victor Miller will say, yeah, he's definitely dead in that movie. So, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with it being a little bit supernatural. I think it's just all depends on how you do it. That's like anything to do with film. It's all about execution. It's you can have a really wild idea sometimes, but it's just all about the way you do it. And you got to do it with a respect of what's come before and an understanding of it. That's the thing with some people that make sequels to some of these movies, or some of them haven't even fucking seen some of the movies. Like Ronnie Yu, I don't think the guy who did Freddy vs. Jason, even though I enjoy that movie, it's not a perfect movie, but I enjoy that movie. But that guy had never seen, I don't think, any of the Friday films, and I think he'd seen like maybe the original Elm Street, and that's it.
Yeah, he sounds like he's qualified for the job.
And it's funny though, because there's like interviews where they talk about like they had heaps of people came in who were huge Friday fans, and they had like a decent Friday and Nightmare fans, and they had like a decent take on the story, but they just didn't have many credits to like back up whether or not they would actually be able to helm the film and make a decent movie. But like I don't see how that's more of a risk than hiring some guy who's comes from a completely different cultural background and made completely different kind of movies to give like arguably one of the most important installments in either franchise, depending on your perspective of like how you feel about the idea in the first place. Like it just that doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. Or like the dude who directed the Elm Street remake, like didn't he only ever direct like the Nirvana friggin' video Teen Spirit or whatever, or Teen Spirits, or I don't think he'd ever done a movie before.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Yeah. I mean, they probably should have just let, what's his name, Mark Swift and the other dude, the other writer that wrote Freddy vs. Jason, they probably should just let them direct the movie. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're pretty big fans of both franchises. So, and we probably would have got a lot more cooler shit in the movie. Like, they wanted to put they wanted to put Betsy Palmer in the movie and Corey Feldman in the movie. So we probably would have got that too if they had a directed the movie.
Oh my god.
But Hollywood. And I mean, there's even an interview with Bob Shea, the founder of New Line. There's even an interview with him where he talks about like why they chose to use Ronnie Yu, and they're like, oh, we really like these, he's whatever, like Asian film style, and that we thought like would add like a different look or a cachet to our movie. And it's like why it's like, dude, do you even understand like what you've created? Like you worked on every Elm Street movie. It's like, why would you want to make it really different? It's you're supposed to be making a film that's relatable to the rest of your franchise. Like it just doesn't make sense to me.
Good golly. Where the hell am I? Jason says, oh, okay. Yeah, he says maybe it was the TV cut referring to Sam Hain in Halloween 2. No, I think that was theatrical. Austin says to Jason so the director's cut of Halloween 6 is the theatrical cut with more gore. I don't think Jason ever responds. Jason says, yeah, I don't know why he says the word YouTube. He says YouTube Top Gun GAY subtext. It's a spot on Take That film. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that means. Austin says Freddy. Oh, this is kind of cool. Freddy's Nightmares, the TV show, he says is on Tubi. Wow, like all the episodes. That'd be really cool. Not that that one episode I watched that's on the DVD of the collection wasn't even that great, but that's still pretty cool. Jason says Jason Goes to Hell is basically a remake of The Hidden. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you mentioned that before, and I think Jesse's response was you didn't see The Hidden.
No. I love The Hidden.
Oh, you've seen that? Oh, okay.
No, what I might have said is Adam Marcus, who directed Jason Goes to Hell, he claims he had never seen The Hidden, and other people who worked on the film say they'd never seen The Hidden either, which is funny because The Hidden is a New Line movie as well.
Oh, that's right. But, yeah.
No, I really dig The Hidden. Hidden's a fun movie, but it's a very similar kind of concept, but just in my opinion, The Hidden, it's done way better. You know what I mean? And it's, I don't know, it's like that storyline just doesn't work for the history of Friday the 13th. It's totally foreign and different. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, I was so disappointed in the theater. I was so worried when Jason got blown up at the beginning. I was like, okay, what's?
Yeah, I was the same. Believe me, and I was just a kid. I was like 7 or something when I saw that in the theater with my dad, and yeah, like I remember being really confused, like through the movie. I'm like, what? Like I said earlier, I was like thinking to myself, like, what is this? This is not a Jason movie. This is weird.
You know what's so freaking pathetic about the end when the worm goes into the Jason's sister and Jason comes back like he's in the exact same clothes that he was at the beginning of the movie, and the same amount. I mean, it's just like, it's so asinine. Like, if you're gonna do it, have Jason be naked, or it's just so funny how the clothes and everything, how he was at the beginning, are the exact same. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, I don't even like the look of Jason in that movie where they try to say that, like, try to have the look be that the hockey mask is almost become like his face now. You know what I mean? He's got like this big, like, jack-o'-lantern, like, friggin' sized head. And he's just, it looks like a friggin' jack-o'-lantern. It's like, is he friggin' Pumpkinhead's brother now or some shit? Like, I don't know. This is weird.
I know.
But in my opinion, it's just a terrible film. But what's funny though also is, like, I mean, obviously I can never prove it, but I got a sneaking suspicion, like, when they made that movie, I think they knew they made an awful film in the end, and I think the whole, put Freddy's glove in the end of the film, grabbing the hockey mask, was like some pathetic attempt to try to save the fucking movie, man. Because I know it was an afterthought. I know it was an afterthought. Like, I know that wasn't, as far as I'm pretty damn sure it's not in the original script. Like, I've never seen the script, but from what I've gathered from interviews with Adam Marcus and the director, that was something they come up with while making the movie. And I do know, like, they were kind of writing the movie as they were making the movie. And in some instances, and like it's almost like the end of the movie happens with like Freddy's glove grabbing the mask, and it's almost like, forget about what you just watched for the last 90 minutes and look how cool this shot is. Like, don't you want to see this movie now? It's like, go fuck yourself. Dude, terrible movie. But it's funny that someone in the chat brought up Freddy's Nightmares. I've actually been thinking about that series a little bit lately, and a guy I watch on YouTube was talking about it the other day. It's all on can't remember what it's called, but there's some other horror streaming site that's kind of like Shudder. It has like the whole series on there too at the moment, and I actually used to watch that on network TV when I was a kid. Me and a buddy used to like go to like this like a kind of like a family sort of like a Christian kind of club. Like, I mean, even though we weren't really Christians, but we knew people. Like it was like a kind of like a hangout and stuff, right? And like late at night, like probably like when it all finished at like 9 o'clock or whatever, 10 o'clock at night. I remember like I've got like vivid memories, like me and him like sprinting home to my house to watch Freddy's Nightmares like on network TV at like 11 or 10 or 11 o'clock at night, like on a Friday night. And I don't know why we did, because the show is terrible, like for the most part. Like, it's like I haven't seen every episode, but I've seen a few of them, and they're not very good. But I always thought the opening of the show was kind of cool. The whole like where it shows like the town of Springwood and the theme they used for it, I thought was very Elm Street centric and things like that. And have you seen the pilot where they pretty much try to tell the story of Freddy like before he got burnt, like when he was on trial and how he got burnt and stuff?
I don't think so. Now, if it's on Tubi, I might have to check it out, the pilot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. I mean, it's sort of like watch them do the story for like $5,000 sort of thing, budget, $5,000 budget.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay. Well, funny enough, it's actually, the pilot was directed by Tobe Hooper.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting, but
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a pretty wacky kind of show. I mean, there's like probably a handful of episodes or something that actually where Freddy actually is the villain, like he's not just a wraparound Rod Serling kind of character. He actually is in the episodes, but yeah, there's only a few of those.
Yeah. The second episode, I think episode 2 and 3 are on that collection. We just a while back we did the second one, and it didn't. It made us not want to do the third one. So it must have been a bad episode. So Austin says, both see
that collection, that white box set collection. Is that the one you've got?
The what?
It's got like a white cover. Like it's got like Freddy.
Yeah.
And it's got like a white.
He's ripping through the cover.
Yeah, that's the one. That's an awful set. I never wanted to buy that. Like I remember at one point that was like, I think I could have got it for like $20, and I was still like, nah, I'll stick with the old school DVD box set. Thanks. Like that. That's just terrible set. I do know. I have it on good authority that pretty sure Screen Factory are actively trying to get that box set out for Elm Street. Well, they're working on a box set for Elm Street. So if you're interested, save up your bucks for that, because it'll eventually happen.
Oh my God! Thanks for the heads up. Jason says, "Oh, okay. So he's answering Austin's question from forever ago about the director's about some cut of Halloween 6. Jason doesn't remember, hasn't seen director's cut. Halloween 666 in ages. Jason says Jason Jason says Jason Goes to Hell would have actually worked if they tied it into Friday the 13th TV series. Having a cursed hockey mask makes more sense than what they did. Yeah, especially with the character of John D. LeMay from the series, it would have been definitely made more sense. Austin says Jason looked mutated in part 9, maybe a reference to the ending of part 8. Yeah, I guess an argument there could be made for that. Austin says he'd say Jason looks more like Victor Crawley with a hockey mask in part 9.
Yeah, I guess you could, yeah.
Jason,
but if the hockey mask is cursed, if you want to link it back to the TV show, like that still doesn't explain why Jason's walking around in part 2, though, does it?
Hey,
you know what I mean? Like there's no, in my opinion, there's no saving Jason Goes to Hell. There's no friggin' way where I'll agree that, like, you know, that's a decent film in any way. It's like how, like, you know how the Book of the Dead appears in the movie, Nate?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that was friggin' Adam Marcus's way of saying, like, oh, Jason's a dead-eye. It's like, dude, you need to quit while you're not ahead. Hey, just pack up, go home for the day. All right, you need a beer and a lay down, mate. All right.
You know what?
Seriously.
I might have told you this before, but the guy who runs Friday the 13th franchise.com, his favorite film is Jason Goes to Hell in the franchise. Isn't that insane?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I know of one. I'm not going to name names, but there's one guy on YouTube that I've been watching for a long time. I don't watch him so much nowadays, but yeah, it's his favourite entry in the series too, and his excuse for it is, well, it was the first one I saw, and I had no idea who Jason was when I watched the movie. And he just thinks like it's a good, like, whatever, like horror action movie or whatever. But I mean, there's a few cases like that where I've seen a sequel before the original or whatever, and I don't know, to each their own. But I mean, I saw Sleepaway Camp 2 before I saw the original. You know what I mean? But I still think the original is a better film. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy the sequel, but I think the OG is better.
Right, and yeah, exactly. I didn't like the first Friday the 13th when I was a kid, and now I completely flip-flop back to, you know, that one being my favorite. So I hear you, but I guess it goes back to what we were saying before. I mean, the world would be boring if we all liked the same thing, so...
Yeah, that's true, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to hide my opinion on this. I think an opinion like that, I can't even relate to that. Like, yeah, like if I don't agree with someone, usually I can be like, well, it's not for me, but I can see how someone would like it, or I can see how you could arrive at that opinion. But like that being your favorite Friday, I can't lie. That irks me. It really does.
Oh,
it really does, man. Like to a point where I'm just like, I don't understand. You need to explain that at least in a sentence, like why? Because I don't know, man. That's just weird. Well, I know there's other people that like Part 8's their favorite. Yeah, and it's like, okay, yeah, but yeah, the OG. I always loved the OG when I was a kid. Like, but it has grown on me even more. Like as I've grown up. Like I think I mentioned that. Sometimes as a kid, like because I just was so into Jason, like I kind of didn't want to wait to get to Jason being in the movie, so I'd skip part 2 and start my marathon I'd skip the original and I'd start at part 2, like start my marathon at part 2. But I never disliked the original film though.
Yeah, I can see doing that, wanting to just get to Jason. Speaking of Jason, Jason says Jason Goes to Hell was a goof, adding the book from Evil Dead having a nonsense story. New Line hated Jason only brought bought the license to devalue it. Well, they certainly did that. Austin says the gore scenes were good in Part 9.
Yeah, the tank kill's decent, I guess. But
I mean, it doesn't make up.
Gore alone doesn't save the film. Sorry.
And Austin informs us, in case, I'm sure we pretty much all know this, but thank you anyway, Austin. Kane Hodder played Victor Crowley as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know that.
Thank you,
I know
Austin.
a bit of that Kane. I'm a bit of a Kane Hodder fan. So.
Did I tell you about the I saw once on the Friday the 13th franchise.com, they had this little post on someone owning a screen-used hockey mask from Jason Goes to Hell, and on the front of it, it was signed by Kane Hodder, and it's just like, if you've got screen-used, you're going to have the guy sign it, like, ruin it by having him sign it. Well, how do you feel about that?
I'm all for, like, getting actors to sign memorabilia, but not screen use things.
Isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah. No, for me that kind of ruins it.
I mean, I can almost understand the inside, but it's the signature's on the outside, the front, and it's just like, talk about ruining a screen used. Oh my God.
Like if I was around someone and they were going to do that, like I was at a con and I was with them and I was their friend or whatever, and they were trying to do that, I would literally try to buy it off them just to stop that from happening. Like, even though I may not even want the mask, I'd just be like, dude, just don't do that.
Yeah, I hate
that. Then again, I don't know. If it's a part, you said it was a Part 9 mask though, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't. I don't know. It's a shitty mask and a shitty movie, so I probably would give a rat's ass maybe about that in a way. But the principle, still, obviously, like I just said, I care about. Like if it was a Part 7 mask or something, I'd be like, dude, what the fuck are you thinking? I just go buy like $100 mask and get him to sign that.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever heard of Crash Cunningham?
Oh, that sounds familiar.
He makes like some of the best like screen accurate hockey masks out there. They're really well done.
Yeah, I've got a couple of pretty decent ones. A Part 6 and a Part 7 I got last year. I don't know who made. Let's see. There's some kind of logo inside the 6th one. I can't remember, but yeah, I'm not sure. But the ones I got are pretty damn good as well. So.
Yeah, I have a Part 4 that's decent. That's the only one I have at the moment, but I would like to own them all one day and line them all up on a wall. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, there you go.
Where did you get yours from?
Just eBay.
Yeah, that's where I got mine, yeah. For what I paid for mine, I think I paid like $60-$70. It's pretty good.
Man, there's some of the shit hockey masks on eBay are just make you laugh, and then some of the prices they're asking, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's being like, movie memorabilia collector. It really is like, it's almost at the point where it's like you need like a private fund to buy some of this shit, because. So yeah, it's through the roof a lot of it, man. It's expensive. Like what? Just some of like what the 7-inch figures go for that like I own is like crazy. Like I was lucky to get them all when they came out, and I got them for a decent price. But yeah, it's nuts. Like even just I think it was like maybe like less than 10 years ago, I got a Jason. X figure. I think it's a Movie Maniacs figure. So that's one of the only, like official figures they made for Jason X. And I got really lucky. I got it in a pawn shop for like $20, and like I saw someone trying to get like 400, 500 for it on eBay like a couple months ago. It's pretty nuts. Or just the other day, I was actually going to bring this up earlier, but I forgot. There's someone's got a listing on eBay. They've got like an original VHS copy of like the first. Actually, I think it's all of them. I think it's every Friday movie up until like I think Freddy versus Jason. They got like original VHS copies, and they want like $1,500 for like a set. And don't get me wrong, like they look nice in pretty good condition, but yeah, I'd never pay that. I actually own like the one they were selling and these are the Warner Brothers releases. Like, because I don't know if you know, but outside of the States, Warner Brothers primarily owns the rights to Friday for home distribution and stuff. So yeah, they're all Warner Brothers releases, and I have that. The one they were selling for the original film, like I have that.
Well, that's very cool. Is it a clamshell or is it normal cardboard sleeve?
Nah, it's a big old clamshell. Yeah, it's a big old.
Oh, it is. Oh,
it's like like old school. Yeah, it's like old school legit. Like VHS. And it's actually a funny story around how I ended up acquiring that tape. One night, this is like really early 90s, my dad and I were at a video store, and yeah, my dad hired that, and it might have been, it could have very well been like before I'd even seen the Friday films. So he hired, the original, Friday VHS, and I wanted to hire some games and stuff, and I remember I was really bugging my dad, and he's like, "Oh, next time, like I want to get out of here, I want to go home." And I was like, "Man, I want this game." And he's like, "No, next time." So I ended up just like hiring some movies and stuff. And then like early the next morning, it was on the news that the video store that we were at like got burned down after a robbery.
Oh.
Yeah, so we ended up getting to keep all those tapes.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you burn it down?
Oh yeah. I mean, it was like over 20 years ago, so I guess it's statute of limitations is kind of up. Yeah, I did. I burned it down. Okay.
It's so long.
Is that what you want to hear?
It's so long ago. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter anymore. No, I remember that being quite a shock, and I remember my dad saying like he thought it was an inside job too, because I think like the store wasn't doing too well. And
we're gonna just insurance, okay.
I burn this motherfucker down. But they did have a pretty cool horror section there, though. I remember like it was probably like the coolest. It was actually done up now. It was like in its own like little like part of the store, and they had like horror masks like all around the top of it, and there was like a coffin in there. That was pretty dope.
Wow, that's cool. Let me do a little chat here. Austin responds to your comment from forever ago. No gore. He says no, gore doesn't save a crappy movie, but it does give it that fun exploitation feel. I guess there's that to it. Austin says a Jason demon thing running into a dead woman's you-know-what is just darkly hilarious. What other movie has done that? Well, I don't know. I
know she was pissed off about that. The actress, she didn't like that. She blamed Sean Cunningham for that. She's like, I didn't approve of that. That wasn't in the script, and if it had been, I wouldn't have approved it.
There must have been some double or dummy legs or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that. I was Wonder Woman, damn it, and now I've got this demon going up my. Wow. Or not
Wonder Woman.
Not Wonder Woman. She was in.
No, she's in Buck Rogers, isn't she?
That's what I was gonna say. She was in Buck Rogers. Damn it. Okay. Pardon me. Well, I'm like.
She does look a little bit like Linda Carter, though. I could see how you can make that mistake.
4.5 hours into reading chat, my brain is dead. Austin says Jason X kind of feels like an Aliens knockoff when the military steps in to fight Jason. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, big time. That was intentional, though. It basically is like, yeah, aliens, but instead of an alien, it's Jason. But, hey, we'll talk about it a lot more, man. But I got some love for Jason X. I enjoy Jason X for what it is. You know what I mean? It's, it's a silly movie. But, hey, it's still Jason. He's doing his thing, and it's, in my opinion, it's done in a pretty entertaining way.
Yep, and feel free to tune in to our discussion on Jason X in quite a many weeks from now, I would imagine. But Jason says...
We're going to get around to doing the second movie, recording for the second movie yet, and we haven't done that yet. How long ago did we record the first one? It was like knocking on 3 weeks ago now or something?
Yeah, it may have been like 3 weeks ago or 4. Yeah, it's. I mean, in my opinion, I don't know what you think, but there's no big rush. As I always say on the show, life comes first. So, what?
Yeah, yeah. And kind of the longer we I guess, drag it out, when we do get to the last one, it's kind of gonna be a bit bittersweet. You know what I mean? It's gonna be kind of sad to move on. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't mind dragging it out on the world, but I was actually thinking maybe if you have some free time next week, maybe we can do the second one.
It's possible. It depends what day, but like we've been doing, you can just I guess shoot me a message on Skype, and if I'm available, I'll let you know, and if not, I'll either let you know or we'll do what we can. The problem is now, though, it's kind of a bummer time to start it, because now where I am, it's getting now it's getting nice out, so it is, it might be touch and go, but we'll do the best we can.
Yeah, no worries.
We'll do the best we can. Let's see here. Jason says screen used stuff is a very dicey thing to get involved collecting. So many counterfeit. His brother has been taken by fakes a few times. eBay doesn't regulate fake items. Yeah, I'd never go on eBay and expect to get something. This supposed screen used hockey mask from Jason Goes to Hell that was signed was featured on Friday the 13th franchise website. So I don't know. You can only assume it's legitimate, but who knows? You're right. There's really no way to know for sure if something is screen used at the end of the day. Austin.
Yeah, that's the thing with eBay. If I was going to buy something screen used, I think it would have to be in person at least. I'd have to be able to hold the item and compare it to pictures and
but
things like that. It's even with have you got any of the deluxe Jason figures that are coming out from NECA, like the deluxe ones?
Oh yeah,
newest ones.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I got quite a few of them. I do know you got to be careful with those. There's some fakes on eBay and that they come from China. And there's there's some YouTube videos where they explain how you can tell a fake, but yeah, you watch out for that sort of stuff.
Well, I guess the way I look at it is if it's a cool figure, it's a cool figure. I can see that argument, but I don't know. I'm kind of finicky about those sort of things. If I did find out one was a fake, it would. I can't lie. It would kind of bother me a bit. So if you can't even, okay, well maybe we'll let it go. But a fake being what? Looking so close to the NECA one, but not being the NECA one.
Yeah, from what I remember, it's been a while since I've seen the videos where people talk about it, but the differences are kind of minor. There might be a certain item that's missing from the figure, or it might be it might be something as simple as the shade of red on the blood doesn't quite match, something like that.
Okay, yeah, I guess that kind of thing doesn't bother me, but like we've said before, to each their own, and I'm not gonna say anyone's wrong for it bothering them. Let me read Austin.
I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going to go to the toilet really quickly.
Oh, okay. In the meantime, I'll read some Austin.
No worries.
Okay. He says at least Jason X feels more like the Paramount Jason than Part 9 did. Yeah, so we saw it in the Jason X in the theater when it came out, and I'll tell you, after nearly a decade, since, more than a decade since the last time Jason ever, was in his whole movie in 1989, it was great to see Jason actually back for the whole damn thing. So it was seeing Jason X in the theater was a hoot at the time. Jason says it was trying to be edgy slash adult. Jason Goes to Hell. Yeah, I don't know what the hell it was trying to be. But it ended up being annoying. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to end pretty soon after he gets back because I'm dead. I'm dead. Well, as always, thanks everyone for showing up on this movie-only talk on Skype. We talked for a few seconds about video games. I'll send him the fine ticket. He'll get that via email. The fine. International fine. Austin asks if I saw Hellraiser 3 in theaters. Yes, I did with my mom. I think I've said that before on the show. That was awkward during that sex scene, but it's okay. I saw my mom, me and my mom saw Hellraiser 3. I can't remember. I don't think we took my buddy. I know it was me and my mom. I don't know if my buddy came with or not. It seems like maybe me and my mom went, then later on me and my mom and my buddy went. I don't remember, but I know for sure I saw it in theaters, and it was awkward when that little sex scene was going on to be sitting next to my mom. But yeah, that was frickin' 30 years ago, wasn't it? Yeah, it sure was 30 years ago this year. Not Halloween, Hellraiser 3. Oh, wow.
I'm back.
All right, welcome back.
What I miss? Anything interesting?
No, they just asked if I saw Hellraiser 3 in theaters, and I responded, yes, I did.
Okay. They're working on a remake, aren't they, at the moment, as far as I understand they are? Like a female Pinhead or something like that.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's got to be a woman.
I bet people tried to defend that, though, because I think in the original, like Clive Barker's original story, which I think is called Hellbound, Hellraiser, or something like that, Pinhead was a woman.
Oh,
from what I've heard.
That might explain the kind of dressy garb he wears.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
You know what would be...
Hey, here's a question. Well, you go.
Yeah, remember your question. It'd be funny if they make her a woman and the Pinhead as a woman has pants on.
Yeah, it would be. Here's a question for you. Are you a Wrong Turn fan at all?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I mean, sort of. I mean, I appreciate that the movie, doing mayhem in the woods and stuff. I appreciate that aspect of it. So I appreciate, I enjoy it to a certain extent, but I kind of not big on those, kind of nasty, deformed hillbillies aspect of it. But I appreciate, the movie doing, people going into the woods and dying and stuff.
You just don't like that sort of character in general, or just the way they're done in that movie?
Yeah, maybe don't really like that kind of character in general, and they are kind of nasty in that movie.
Mm. But just like the look of them, like it just you don't like looking at the way they look, or
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
yeah. I really like the first one. Hey, I don't know, man. For me, I think it's close to being a modern classic. The original. I really like the original. Like as far as um, if you stack it up against like a lot of the sort of films you get nowadays, and then I think it's pretty top tier horror. From the last 20 years or something. But I enjoy it. I can even have fun with like some of the sequels. No, they're not great, but Doug Bradley, who plays Pinhead. He's in one of them. He's in like part 5 or something, I think. But the remake of that you can totally stand clear of if you haven't seen it. It's terrible.
Yeah, that was my plan. I steer clear of it.
Oh, it's really bad, Nate. Like it's terrible. I saw it in the theater. Unfortunately, I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking with that one, but it was bad. But yeah, some of the sequels I don't mind. They're kind of dumb, but backwoods horror, kind of fun, I guess.
Well, how the hell many did they make?
I think I know there's at least 5. I think there's maybe six or 7. Maybe it could be like 7 of them.
Jeez.
So there's quite a few of them, man. And only the first one was theatrical, but like the sequels are pretty dumb. But I don't know. I'll watch them every handful of years or something. I can have fun with them. But hey, I'd rather that franchise over Hellraiser. Sorry, I'd rather watch them over Hellraiser.
Okay, speaking of Hellraiser, Austin says the sex scene was even more explicit in the unrated cut of Hellraiser 3. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Austin says he's got the Hellraiser 3 soundtrack with the Motorhead song on it. Well, that's cool. Austin asks if I've seen Hellraiser Bloodline. It depends on which one that is now. Which one is that? I've only seen the first 4. So, I don't know.
I think that's one of the later ones. I think that's like, I don't know, 6 or 7 or something.
I can't. Okay, I can't remember which one 4 is. I can never remember what the title of that is. Hellraiser.
4's the one in space.
Yeah, but what's the title?
I can't remember.
I can never remember it either. Maybe that is Bloodline. I don't know. That could be Bloodline. Seems like I've been asked.
Could be. I don't know. I want to say it's a later one, but it could be.
I'm pretty sure I've been asked that before on the show. Austin says the Hellbound Heart is the book. Is that the book where Pinhead's a woman? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Oh, Austin says.
Yeah.
Austin says Bloodline is Hellraiser 4. Okay, so yeah, I've seen Bloodline and that's it. I think. Uh-oh, here we go. This is perfect for the modern day situation. Austin says, actually, Pinhead is not a man or a woman in the book. None of the Cenobites are. Very different from the movie. They are neither man or woman beings in the book. Well, there you go. I think the remake might do really well then.
The one moment though in the original, because I don't mind the original for what it is. Every once in a while I'll watch it. The first 2 I can have fun with, but that one moment in the original one where I can't remember the character's name. I think he's like her uncle, like the main chick's uncle. Like when the Cenobites chain him up, and like his like skin's like literally being torn apart by the chains,
Yeah.
and he's just hanging there, and he just says, "Jesus wept." Like that shit freaked me out.
Oh
But
yeah.
I mean, and I was probably like maybe 15 or 16 the first time I ever saw that scene. It used to be on. Did you ever see? There was a DVD like collection. Like it was like one. Well, it was like a collection of scenes from horror movies. It was called Boogeyman. It was like one disc, and it had like scenes from different horror films. It had like Hellraiser and Jason Goes to Hell, and a lot of other random ones. And that was the first time I ever saw that scene. That freaked me out.
Yeah, that was a great shot, wasn't it? Oh my god.
Yeah, very well done with the prosthetic effects in that too.
Oh yeah. Let's see
That was
here.
made in England. That film, I think, wasn't it? I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think we talked about that before. Yep. Okay, so Jason says there's. I guess he's referring to Wrong Turns. He's saying there's 6, and the remake makes 7. I guess.
Okay. I think there's a collection out there you can get on DVD. You probably get that for next to nothing now. Wouldn't mind owning that for kicks.
Didn't Ty West direct one of them?
I don't believe so. I know you might be thinking of Cabin Fever 2.
Oh, that's okay. That's what
He
I'm.
directed that, but he's divorced himself from that film. Like they pretty much took it off him and fucked it up, from what I understand.
Well, yeah, I would imagine.
What's his name? Joe Lynch. I don't know if you're familiar with Joe Lynch. He directed the second Wrong Turn. He's good buddies with Adam Green, and he's made a few other films as well. Joe Lynch.
Oh, okay.
He made one. I think it's called Mayhem. That's pretty good. That's got the Asian dude Glenn from The Walking Dead in it. That's a pretty good film. I'll kind of recommend that, man. That's not bad. I think it's on Shudder and things like that. It's like about people getting like infected with like a rage virus, but like they don't zombie out. It just makes them act upon their inner desires and their instincts and stuff. And it all takes place like in this office building, and like he wants to get at his boss and pretty much kill his boss and stuff. It's not a bad little flick, that.
Yeah, they could probably, a lot of us could relate to that. Austin says he's got that Boogeyman DVD that you mentioned.
Yeah, I think I still own it. I mean, because I have pretty much everything I ever brought on like DVD to this day, and I'm pretty sure I've still got it floating around. I used to watch it, all the time back in the day, and there's a commentary on there by Robert Englund where he talks about like all the scenes that are playing, and I remember that being like one of the official talks about Freddy versus Jason going ahead and stuff. I think it was I think that came out in 2001, and I think while Jason Goes to Hell was on, he was talking about that for you, he pretty much comes on and he says something like, for you who are wondering whether or not Freddy versus Jason's still going to happen, we're working on it and blah blah blah. But it's a fun little collection of scenes. That there's a scene from Child's Play 2 as well, I think, on there as well.
Okay, Austin says Hellraiser 1 and 2 were made at Pinewood Studios in England. The rest were made in America after the Weinsteins bought the rights to the series. Jason says the DVD box set of Wrong Turn is super rare, was released by mistake, then recalled. Huh. How do you... Okay. Well,
okay.
So much for getting that for cheap, Jesse.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, if you're at a thrift store, they don't know what the hell anything's worth, so it's possible it could
Oh,
happen. What?
yeah, I've had a few times when that's happened. I've been at a thrift store and I'm like at the counter. I'm like, yeah, can you hurry up and make this transaction before someone comes along and realizes what's going on here? Um, a buddy of mine actually, friggin', the Friday Blu-ray tin set that came out years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he got that for like $10 at a thrift store.
Holy.
$10, and like he got to the counter, and like when he was at the counter, they realized like, oh, it's been wrongly marked, and he's like, yeah, but that's what you had it for. That's what it's priced at. That's what I'm paying for it. Like you can't just it's your mistake, not mine. And yeah, they begrudgingly sold it to him for the $10.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Or like the Halloween set we were talking about earlier, the super rare one, the one I got. There's a couple of guys on YouTube. I think I've mentioned it before. The radio show Dead Pit. They basically got that for free. There was like some deal on some website, and then the deal was like a mistake where you could get like 40% off, and then like with like an extra coupon or something, you could get like 80% off, and they like recalled the deal, and they accidentally sent out the box sets and refunded their money as well. So, yeah. Or have you heard about like what happened with the special edition of Nightbreed when Screen Factory released that? Like they made a big snafu with that, and like a bunch of people got the what do they call it, the Cabal cut? That's like a director's cut of the movie, and yeah, people got like copies of that were supposed to just get the standard edition, and like Screen Factory were like calling people, like literally calling people's homes, like telling them to return it and stuff, and yeah, obviously people didn't for the most part.
God, you'd have to be an idiot to send it back to him, Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. Are you a fan of Nightbreed at all, Nate?
Yeah, I think Nightbreed's kind of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that for the first time back in October. I'd never seen it. Like I'd always meant to watch it. Like I used to always remember seeing the old school VHS box art and stuff. But yeah, I finally got around to seeing it in October, and I dug it. I thought it was decent. It's like a fun little monster film.
Yeah.
It's sort of, you can sort of see where Adam Green got some of his inspiration when he did Digging Up the Marrow. I don't think you've seen that, have you? I think I've mentioned that before, and I'm pretty sure you said you had never seen it.
Yeah, I've not only never seen it, but I never heard of it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. To me, I really like it. Give you a quick idea of what it's about. Is it's about this guy who comes like Adam Green. You know who Adam Green is? Yeah, the guy that made Hatchet and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy comes to him and tells him that he knows that monsters are real, and there's a society of them living underground, and he says he can prove it. And it's like it's sort of like a faux documentary style kind of movie. It's like the easiest way to describe it, and to me it's fun. I really dig it for what it is.
All right. Well, that's very, very cool. Let's see here. I guess Austin is referring to the Wrong Turn DVD box set. He's asking Jason if it has all 6 of the films in the box sets, and Jason says, yeah, it has all the films minus the remake. Jason says there are some in the wild, as it were. Austin says he's got the Friday 8-movie collection Blu-ray set Paramount put out years ago. Oh yeah, I think I know. That's I got that as well.
Is that the deluxe set one? Is that the one he's talking about?
What do you mean by deluxe? You mean Scream Factory or?
No, what did you say? That was it a Blu-ray set or a DVD set?
Yeah, Friday 8 movie collection Blu-ray set from Paramount. So,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different Friday sets, but that sounds like he's talking about when they compiled, when they did all the special edition, like deluxe editions of all the
oh
the
yeah,
Paramount ones.
yeah, right,
Yeah,
okay.
think that's what he's talking about. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that set. Or did you ever get the set that came with like the hockey mask? It was a DVD set, I believe.
No, I never cared about that. I mean, I can remember that was still when I was doing videos with Matt back in the day. I remember when that was announced, Matt asking me if I was going to get that, and I'm like, no, I don't need to get this for a cheap piece of crap hockey mask packaging, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, the hockey mask looks pretty bad, and I've seen reviews on it. People are like, yeah, it's a crappy set. What about the Crystal Lake, the Manhattan set? Do you have that?
Yeah, I didn't buy it when it was new, but I ended up getting it used because I wanted, for whatever reason, it was the only one for a while to have the Friday 3 commentary on it. So I ended up getting it used for a decent price years after it was selling.
Yeah, I got it when it was new. I paid I think I paid it like around $100 for it, and I had pretty sure like most of the films I'd already brought them. Here they had editions of them on DVD and stuff. But I wanted the because it had all the special features on it, and I was like, oh, I gotta get this just for the features alone. So that's what enticed me to get it. But to this day, though, like I remember when I talk about this more when we do future casts on the series, but I still remember like getting to see all the films like in widescreen and stuff like, and how it was like seeing them for the first time again.
Yeah, that was great when they finally came out on DVD.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, when they first came out on DVD, yeah, it was pretty eye opening.
Jason says, rumor years ago, Big Lots has a stick. Oh, has a stuck. I don't. It's funny how he said the wrong word and then he says the other word and it still doesn't make sense. He says Big Lots has a stuck of the box set. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Austin says he's got the Nightbreed Cabal Cut Blu-ray. Well, way to go. Paramount just put out a newer Friday 8 film set. Yeah, wasn't that last year or something? Yeah, is that the one Austin's got or the one before? I got the one from before the Scream Factory. I mean, obviously there's no point to buy anything Friday the 13th after the Scream Factory collection, but I think last year they put out a new Friday film set.
No, there's two new sets.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, there's the one that it's like a red covering, I think, and it has like a collage on the front.
Oh,
it has like all the different Jasons and stuff, and and then there's like a new tin set.
It's like limited or something.
Yeah.
I think that's got like little mini lobby card reproductions, like postcards.
Yeah, I actually want to get some of the original lobby cards. There's a few of them floating around on eBay that I wouldn't mind having.
Yeah, as you may or may not know, I've got some of those as well. I was lucky enough to get them before.
Yeah, I've seen the videos. Yeah.
Lucky enough to get them while the prices were still doable.
Yeah, they're pretty sweet. I wouldn't mind framing some of them and hanging them around the house. But yeah, you are right. Yeah, after the Screen Factory set, there really is no need to buy any more. But yeah, that tin set does kind of look cool. But I don't know if I'll get it, especially for me. I mean, by the time I import it and it cost me an arm and a leg. I mean, if I found it in the wild somewhere for like $20, I mean, I'd get it then. But I actually would mind. What about those like single releases of the steelbooks? Have you got any of those?
Are we talking about the 40th anniversaries of like 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, yeah, those ones. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I was really excited when they came out with the first one because it was the first time the original poster had been on, on home video since Paramount, in this country anyway, since Paramount put out the DVD in like '99. So I got the whatchamacallit steelbook for the first movie, but then I didn't get it for 2 or 3 because, in my opinion, they screwed up the covers, so.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I kind of wanted to get the first one, but didn't they use the posters though for 2 and 3 as well though?
Well, I made a video whenever it was last year when the steelbook for the second one was announced, and it's like everything is right, but the Roman numeral 2 is all skinny. It doesn't go with the the rest of the Friday the 13th part, and then the Roman numeral 2 is all skinny. It's wrong.
Okay.
And then the Friday 3 one, they God, I don't know if it's even out yet. That's going to come out soon if it's not out already. It's kind of like the original theatrical poster, but it's reversed. It's like a mirrored image, and yeah, I made a video about that, talking about why I'm not getting that as well. But that's okay. Money saved is money earned.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting at least the first one. It does look like a nice.
Oh well, the I'd recommend the first one. I mean, that's a beautiful steelbook with that original poster art on there.
Yeah, the only thing is, I mean, I can't. I've looked at it on eBay and that, and like, yeah, I don't think I can get it cheaper for like $40-50. So it's a bit to drop on it, but
oh
maybe.
Shit, yeah, god dang it, I keep forgetting about that. That sucks.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, it does make it fucking a challenge for me to get a lot of these US releases, and that it's like you want to pay like 3 times what it's worth. It's crazy.
Son of a bitch.
But what do you do? I mean, I do get a pretty decent price on Arrow's releases, which is nice because they make some good stuff.
Well, that's a break anyway. It looks like Austin's got the 8-film Friday Paramount Blu-ray collection, the one that came out before the Scream Factory set, so that's probably the one I've got as well. Austin says the newer one has, the red case with the 4K remasters of the first 4 films.
Oh, there's 4K remasters?
Oh, well, you didn't know that? The Scream Factory set, the first 4 films are 4K remasters.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right.
Your brain's mush, too.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, speaking of which, I'm pretty much, radio show, getting close to radio showed out. My brain's pretty much getting dead, and I'm going to need to eat some dinner soon, just as a heads up.
Yeah, no, that's all good with me. I'm getting to that point myself. I mean, we've been doing this for like, about 5 hours now, so.
Yeah, let me see. Let me take a look. See, yeah, 4 hours, just under 4 hours on the phone with you.
Yeah, it's a decent show right there.
I'd say so. Oh my God, my poor brain.
Yeah, there's definitely a wealth of sets out there now for Friday. You kind of take your pick, but yeah, I mean, to me, the one that's really worth having is that Scream Factory set. That's a beautiful set. That.
Oh my God, you can say that again. Each movie gets.
Was it you or someone mentioned like the only? I think it was someone else mentioned the only fault with it is like Mrs. Voorhees could be like represented better on it. Like there's really no like standalone picture of her other than like the altar, like her head on the altar.
Oh yeah, I don't think that was me, but that's a good point. You mean on the wraparound artwork?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jesus.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was watching yeah, a YouTube video the other day, and someone mentioned that. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess that's a good point to make. Damn it.
but you can't have everything. It's pretty hard, dude. I'll admit it. Straight off the bat. We can be pretty hard to please sometimes. Us hardcore collectors, like it has to be just so. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you want something done right. I get that totally, but we can be anal sometimes about it.
Yeah, that's true, but oh well. The customer's always right.
That's what they say.
Yep. Looks like Jason says the Warriors is getting an awesome limited edition Blu-ray in Australia.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Yeah, I'm going to pick that up soon. That's this month. It may have already come out now. I know it's coming out very soon. So, yeah, I really need to get onto that. I might even do that today.
Okay, very cool. Well,
Love that.
Oh, okay. Well, honestly, I'm really close to just fainting, so I'm going to need to get a break from reading chat and have some food, and maybe we'll, if it's cool with you, or even if it isn't, maybe we'll call it a show.
Nah, I'm good, man. It's all good to end the show, man. Whatever you want, man.
And we'll do our best to well, like I say, the weather's finally warming up here. We'll do our best to connect to continue our recordings of our Friday discussions as whenever we can. Yeah, I guess that's just as always. Just shoot me a text on Skype, and if I'm available, I'll let you know, I guess.
Yeah, no, too easy, man. Well, thanks for tuning in. Tuning in, folks. It's been a good show. Thanks for having me on, as always, Nick.
Yeah, well, as always, thanks for coming on. It's definitely fun to connect with people on the phone versus just chat. Not that it's not fun to connect versus chat as well. And as we all know, next week is going to be a... I guess whatever. Anything goes on Skype. I don't know, whatever. Weeks, so everyone knows what that means, so...
Yep.
All right, Jesse. Well, I guess we'll talk soon. Very much appreciated the talk today, and you have a good one.
You too. Catch you later, Nate.
Yeah, we'll see ya.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So... gonna wrap up the show as so many oftentimes is the case. I'm dead, like 5 hours of reading a chat, 4 hours talking on the phone. I haven't been eating this whole time. Let me turn off stuff. Definitely appreciate everyone showing up, as always. And I guess that'll pretty much do it for me, as I'm dead. So thanks a lot, everyone, for showing up, and we'll catch you next time.